Hello. Sure everything gets through. Yes. Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year. Well, not New Year yet. We still got a while. This is the last office hours before the new year. So the last office hours of 2024. Let's get to the office, shall we? Happy holidays to all of y'all. Oh, hopefully everything is good. This is the office hours. This is a live stream where I talk about Star Citizen news, lore, and more. And we're gonna kind of go through a little bit of Star Citizen in 2025. I'm gonna start doing a office hours capsule for every single one and every single stream, and start posting it on regular.
Take away my space game.
JoyPop_ just resubscribed for 30 months. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays to you too there, JoyPop.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dig just resubscribed for 36 months. Long live for pizza in Star Citizen.
Thank you so much for that. It's 36 months.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Agent FBA just resubscribed for 32 months.
Thanks for that Twitch Prime sub for 32 months there, Agent FBA. Wait for it.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Jenantanak just resubscribed for 62 months.
Thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription for 62 months there, Gin and Tonic. You're a very important puppet, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. Leaders from Drinking Night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for all those subscriptions. So, just so you all know, because I think a lot of people don't know this, this is more of a yap yap stream. We don't do a lot of content or talk. We don't like stream. I don't play a lot of games on Thursdays, just because I like to go over the news for development, also new lore stuff, and for Star Citizen, and you know, just chat in general, see how the community is. Hey, Stove, how you doing? So if you have questions as well, this is also an AMA stream. So if you have any questions about Star Citizen or my thoughts on things, feel free to do that as well. Haven't had much time to play Star Citizen because Christmas, but now I'm hostile with citizens, with citizen prosperity. So I'll call that a win for the holidays. It's just spreading the love. Doing great, thanks for asking. No problem there, Stove. Yeah, happy holidays for all y'all. Hopefully you're enjoying your time with families or alone or however. However you're spending it. I will say, I posted this on Blue Sky, but I'm finding myself playing Star Citizen more off stream and not for content, which I know sounds normal, but typically I don't play a lot of video games that I don't stream, not because I don't want to, but because I don't have a lot of time. So anytime I have a feeling like I have the time to and I really want to play games, that time is usually very limited. And I've found myself since 4.0 came out basically playing Star Citizen. I've been enjoying it a lot. So, Mr. Don't Play Till 4.1, how you liking it so far? I'm enjoying it, but you got to finish the rest of it there, Citizen Dex. It's also entirely not up for your average gamer. Your average player is going to hate 4.0. Probably already does. I mean, just look at the complaints you see in the community right now. There's plenty of folks who are like, it's awful, it's unplayable, it's the worst patch ever, you know. So I should say I'm playing it more despite its flaws rather than like for it. Thank you, JU. You're playing early mornings. The server seems more stable then. I've been playing it late in the evening or early in the morning. It's demonstrably not the worst patch ever. No. I never said it was going to be the worst patch ever. I just said it was going to be a garbage fire, and it's still a garbage fire. Ahmed was working on Christmas. I said this a couple weeks ago, but I was like, CIG is going to be working through Christmas no matter what. The difference is between previous years and this year is that they actually have a fully working remote setup. So like they have a way for people to work remote. Hey, Edzilla. You won't play until they fix this missile garbage? What missile garbage? What one is a smooth garbage fire? As I said, I think they get another hot fix or two in 4.0.1 when they come back from the holidays in January. I think that fixes a lot of the issues. Not everything, because it's Star Citizen, so there'll still be issues that'll be there. But I think it'll be to the point where it's reliable, it's not crashing as much. Some of those little more annoying bugs are fixed, and they fixed a lot of those annoying bugs already. I haven't seen the quantum bug in a while. Is that still happening for people? I haven't seen it myself, so. Very true, sir. I've decided to stop playing until they can fix the black screen of death bug. I finally finished my Cyberpunk playthrough, so that's a win for me. Yeah. Yeah, the black screen thing is definitely a server issue that they're trying to figure out, but that doesn't seem like impossible. Currently trying to load in. When I do, getting Crew L5 to let me dock so I can retrieve my Vulture and RMC. So far, no luck today. Why do you need to dock at Crew L5? Can't you land with a Vulture? So you can't pull it out of Crew L5's landing zone? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Blue Sky. If you want to find me on social medias, it's pretty much the only one to go to now. Not a fan of AI garbage, so that's a little bit better there. When I'm dogfighting, I need to look around. I can't just stare at this. I need sound notification missiles were sent at me. There's just no sound alerts for missiles coming at you? Yeah, I can't call any ships, so no hangar. Been locked out with a 60K since Sunday. So yeah, this is the curse. Whenever I mention something good with myself with Star Citizen, people come out and be like, "But this is the worst thing since ever." But you know, hauling is borked, right? Nothing gets loaded if ATC gets you the box, or at least for me currently. I don't remember it ever being fixed. It's been broken since it came out, basically. How many missions are 50-50? Still getting a bug where sometimes it gives me tons of extra cargo. I had some problems in the initial cargo run, when I was trying to get into it. But once I got into it, it's never been a problem. It was fixed in 3.24 and on EPTU. Haven't tried live 4.0-ish. Okay. ASOT doesn't work for any server for you. That's weird. This is what I mean by garbage fire. Your mistletoe is no match for my toe missile, Jin. We need a few weeks of fixes, but after that, it looks fun. The 4.1 meme remains strong. What's the 4.1 meme there, Rask? You have a warehouse full of mission cargo from broken contracts. It doesn't go away. It won't go away if you have that. The best you can do is either put it in your ship and then just sort of dump it outside, or you can actually sell all that stuff at a Brio's Breakyard or any of the Samson and Sons or any of those cargo places. It's for reduced, but you get at least some of it back. Get some money for it. Do they buy the contract stuff in Pyro too? Interesting. It has issues, but it's still the best end of the year release they've given us. Yeah, because it's not bland garbage, and it's also not just impossible to play. Thank you, Wobbly Bear. I had okay. These are all weird outliers that just feel random. Sucks to be. Yeah, it's definitely stuff that, I mean, I'll say it didn't show up in PTU, and then QPan will show up and be like, actually, Paul, this has showed up many times. Like, a lot of these bugs are bugs that have been like alive in the past and are coming back in some way. Or stuff that's been so long gone and now it's coming back, which tells me that they definitely kicked up some dust with a lot of the new stuff that was added, because a lot of that new stuff probably overrode a bunch of the fixes they wrote for those bugs in the past, because they wanted to get different performances updates or how the game communicates back and forth or whatever. And they accidentally kicked over these fixes. So they have to go back and either apply these fixes or make them more of a permanent thing. Now, the plus side, I'm not losing reputation for contracts you can't complete, because they removed that. You don't lose reputation from failed contracts anymore. Jump points seem pretty stable. Yeah, jump points, I've never had any problems with going through jump points. Like I said, I'm enjoying myself despite the bugs, rather than like enjoying 4.0 entirely. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Oh, hold up.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
CMDR_Shadow Stealth just resubscribed for 12 months. full you. How's the weather your way, Paul?
Hey,
It does not feel like Christmas one state to your west.
thank you for 1 year of support there, Commander Shadowstalker. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. It's a very big pedestrian. This your fault. There's no drinking. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It's okay. It's not freezing. It's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like 18 degrees Celsius, 15 to 18 degrees Celsius. So it's like chilly, but it's not like frozen. 4.0 is a mess for me so far. Couldn't leave Klesher 95% of the time. Klesher has been a nightmare in this patch. There's a couple of hot spots. It's Klesher and it's missions and crashes. Those are the three big things that people have having issues with. You found a new Star Citizen error message today, 630. Player still uncharged. Shard had issues. Give it a few and try it later. Yeah, that's been around for a little bit. Light jacket weather. Yeah. Who's the current Imperator? Or we're gonna go over that where we're looking at the lore for the lore makers roundup thing that they did today. But it is Lilani Addison. Did ever someone walk into your room while dancing and wondering what you were doing? Just my wife, and she doesn't ask those questions anymore. She just accepts that this is what I am. It was negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit here a couple days ago. Damn. What'd you miss? Everything midnight. You're gonna have to rewind everything and watch it again. Hey, Luna.
Hey, a tip.
Luna, super chatted $7.02. Merry Christmas, Paul.
Merry Christmas to you too,
Oh,
there,
7.
Luna. How you doing? How's the baby? Any hits? I want to come in the next Star Citizen Lore Series videos. Like what's coming next? So there is the complete history of Star Citizen Lore Part 5. It has been written, it's been recorded, it's been in my editor's hands, and he's had some trouble getting through it. He should be getting it done soon. I actually have to talk to him because I need to make a slight adjustment in addition to it because I realized that I had to make a supposition. And I never said it was a supposition. I stated it as if it was fact. And I was like, oh, wait, no. This is just an extrapolation based off of what's been said. But that's the big one. Then after that, I've got the story of Star Citizen. We're going to break down the history of the conflict between, or the hidden conflict, the friction between Terra and Earth over the last several hundred years. Then I've got one on the Hurstons. I'm going to do a big one, kind of like we do a complete history of Anvil or Drake or Crusader. This one's going to be on the Hurstons specifically. And that one's going to be given to my editor. So did I learn all this lore from the Galactopedia? Actually, I've been doing this since before the Galactopedia was a thing. But partially, a lot of the lore is, people ask me this a lot, like, where do you find this lore? It's a snipe hunt. it's the thing that historians like to do more than anything else, which is, read. That's why Star Citizen fits me so well in terms of lore, because you have to find multiple different references and primary source documents to find something. And the problem about it is that Star Citizen's lore documents are spread across 7 different locations and are often hidden inside other locations. So you have to kind of know what the lore is generally to be able to remember certain things and then find those details. The biggest source of most of this information is from Jump Point magazine. So the Jump Point magazine is the quarterly release that they do now. It's either quarterly or bi-monthly or something like that. They release it very infrequently these days. But usually at the end of every Jump Point, they have one, sometimes 2 Galactopedia articles, or not Galactopedia articles, usually a big lore article, which is usually several pages long. And they often are the ones that cover a lot of the details of big things, like who Maria Hurston was and why Maria Pureheart exists, and things like the gangs, like a lot of the gang stuff you learn from the History of Pyro lore that I released this last weekend. Which, by the way, go check that out on the Astro Historian. a lot of those, the history of the gangs comes from those Jump Point articles. Like there's one on the Rough and Ready. There's one on the Citizens for Prosperity. There's not one on the Headhunters, as far as I could find. And there wasn't one on Xenothreat. So, but yeah, a lot of that is some of it is also from old. Every ship released used to have a brochure, and those brochures often had lore in them. In fact, like the Hammerhead brochure is just a list of lore. It's just like 4 pages of lore on the Hammerhead, including famous Hammerheads, what battles they were in, things like that. Even some like civilian Hammerheads. It's nuts. The Hammerhead has got some extensive lore. But they stopped doing that. And I'm trying to think of what else they have. Also, well back in the day, they used to do a weekly lore article where they would do either some sort of like transcript from a fictional show, like Big Shot or Sure Shot, or Congress Now, and a lot of like that was like weekly. So that was stopped in 2020. So if you can imagine one lore article, which is usually about 2 to 3 pages long, typed out, one lore article a week from 2012, okay, 2012 till 2020. There's a fuck ton of lore for this game. Well, how many weeks are there in a year? 52 weeks in a year? So, like, hundreds of articles just on Star Citizen lore. Don't feel too bad about breaking the lore, because a lot of Star Citizen's lore is broad. The lore behind Star Citizen is broad intentionally so, because the lore is created to support the gameplay, not the other way around. Because Chris wants to make the game commiserate with the lore, everything has to have an in-lore explanation, and then it has to build on top of itself. So they have some baseline sort of things that exist, but they're super generic until they have to add more things to it, and that sort of fills out the story of what's going on. So typically a gameplay designer or a ship designer, one of the gameplay focused teams, will want to do something, and they'll approach the lore team, and they'll work with the lore team or the narrative team to figure out what the narrative should be. The gameplay, like the mission designers will have some input, the ship designers, all of the teams will have their own input on the story they want to tell, because at the end of the day, CIG is filled with a bunch of fucking artists. I don't mean that by like literal painting thing, but game development is an art, and sometimes it's technical art, but they all have their own ideas. So they look at what they have already for framework, they figure out what they want to do, and they collaborate and they create something. Now, because creating the backstory of bounty hunting in Star Citizen is a lot easier to do than actually creating bounty hunting in Star Citizen, the lore behind bounty hunting will arrive years before it actually arrives in game, because those writers have to write out the background for it. And once they get that kind of initial stage down. So there's usually 2 stages that the lore is released. The first stage is right when they are talking about something, and the second stage is right before something is released. So like over the last 2 years, we've had a gigantic wave of Pyro lore, which has been coming out, because Pyro has been like solidified. There's been factions and land, and they've been working on the kind of background story for everything for Pyro for half a decade now. So now that everything's been solidified, the writers had a chance to write it down and start to create stories with it, or narrative, so that they can kind of pass that idea, some of the background that they have, to us without having to put it in game yet, because they don't have a means to put it in game yet. There seems to be a lot of lore, but not enough big audience to be interested in said lore. Unfortunately, I am one of them. I'm sorry you don't like lore. I don't know how you like my content. You don't like lore for Star Citizen. Paul, Rico's doing good. Thanks for asking. That's great. So What's my point? What's the point for that whole thing? Yeah, so there's a lot of content out there. I do think that the CIG, the big thing with 4.0 is that they've started to add lore in game. There is an extensive amount of lore. I wasn't expecting them to just basically go full hog, just absolutely just balls to the wall with narrative with 4.0, but they went balls to the wall with narrative. If you don't believe me, go to one of the Pyro stations. Actually, just go to any station, any space station in Star Citizen, and sit around or just follow an NPC around. They will walk up to another NPC, they will stop, and they'll say hello to each other, and then they'll discuss something. It's Skyrim level sort of interactions, but that's fine for initial implementation. And every station has these NPCs. They're all voiced. They're all talking to each other. They're talking about different aspects. It is quite insane how much detail they put into this. Yeah, Jared, basically everyone in the office who has some ability to voice act is effectively in the game with Star Citizen. Do we get Jared argue with himself? I wouldn't be surprised. They did say that we would be seeing more changes to Star System lore as they work on them in the last Lore Makers update this week. They did, and for sure they will. Now the thing is, and this is the interesting thing. I think a lot of people, when you look at the lore of Star Citizen, a lot of people tend to think about the planets themselves, which makes sense because a lot of folks who play Star Citizen are more interested in the science aspect and, you know, space travel, that kind of thing. And that's never been my focus. The focus has always been the theme of it and the stories behind it, because dirt is dirt. Dirt is not interesting. Dirt just exists. And it's interesting to know that dirt exists, but once you've known dirt exists, that's it. Like, once that dirt has a meaning behind it, like it's somebody's backyard or it's filled with minerals that people can exploit, and then you throw people into that mix, that's interesting. That's story. And I'm more interested in that sort of story. Again, I'm also a historian, so that's the kind of shit I do. That's the kind of shit I like. That's more interesting to me. So like when they make these changes to like Nyx, I don't expect them to make Nyx like fully habitable and all this sort of thing. But even if they did, it wouldn't matter, because like the theme of Nyx is it's freaking difficult to do any kind of communications in Nyx, because it's on the edge, like right at the edge of a dark nebula, which blocks signals. Is that scientific? I don't know. But it's the theme that this is supposed to be darkness, and not just darkness, but like cold and distant and remote. They even call Nyx as sort of this remote frontier. Whereas like Pyro is outlaw, Nyx is the remote frontier world. And so they put it in there. So yeah. Hey, Velocity. Xenothreat, at least I see it, are Messer era holdouts, renegades, some of the Messer's mid-fanatical troops. Possibly, but you got to remember the Messers were overthrown in 2792. It is currently 2954. So we're talking, even though humanity does live for a very long time, that you're talking is somebody to be alive and like an adult. Let's just say they were 20. In 2792, they would have been 120 in 2892, and well into their 170. No, that can't be right. Like 140. Well into a second century, in modern days. They would be incredibly old. So it's unlikely that they're Mezzer loyalists, but they are probably Mezzer sympathizers. And we actually have some interesting lore that came out pretty recently talking about the sort of, I think it was in this latest lore makers, where they kind of talk a little bit about the nature of post-Mezzer rule. Pull up, because I asked you to pull up I still haven't seen the latest jump point. We have Confederate radicals today, Paul. That's true. But I mean, like, these wouldn't be people who are holdouts from that era. They would be descendants of those holdouts, which is important because those are different. And we also know, well, I know because of leaked data, that the Xeno threat is almost entirely made up of ex-military. So they're all ex-UEE military. They're just LARPers, basically. It's almost certain that these folks are, that they're part of the let's see if we can find some of this. I thought it was in the latest one. I thought they mentioned something. I'm looking through it right now to see if I can find anything. Oh yeah, it's under the Terra thing. The policy became cornerstone of the Transitionalist Party thanks to the influence of Clement Renfield, who believed that Mezzer loyalists were far more pressing of a threat than the Van Duel. Clement Renfield was created in was the one of the people who was behind the Government's Modernization Act, or the person who wanted to create the Democratic Stellar Union, the DSU, to replace the UEE after the revolution, but it failed. And there's multiple references of Mezzer holdouts that existed in places like Locke well after the revolution had ended, which is interesting. Like, I'd love to hear more about the Locke Rebellion that overthrew the last Mezzer governors, which was they were supplied by Castak Arms, and because Castak Arms gave zero shits, as long as your money's spent, they would sell you guns. They accidentally became revolutionary heroes. I still believe that there's a Karna on the fucking flag of Locke. There better be a Karna on this fucking flag of Locke. But yeah, almost like a lot of their ideology, of the their ideology we've heard from their speech, the People of Stanton speech, is directly related to Mezzer ideals. That aliens are subverting the UEE, that they're controlling the strings, pulling the strings behind the scenes, and that real humans will rise up and defeat these evil Xenos. It's very Emperor of Mankind pilled, but like not nearly as glorious. Are there Tavar in the modern UEE? Yeah, a lot actually. There's the senator of the Tavaran homeworld is a Tavaran. There's a Tavaran who's one of the major, because the Tavaran was elected, or when Imperator Addison was elected, she put in a Tavaran in government. Like there's like, I think the head of like effectively housing and human services is controlled is a Tavaran. Where are the heretics? Lead me to the slaughter. Yeah, less righteous. There's less of a like betrayal. Yeah, and I mean Army, military, Navy. Yeah, no, the Tavarans serve in the military frequently. That's how the current senator from Suzkosi from wherever it's called, Elysium, the Elysium system, which is the home system of the Tavaran, how they became senator. They were in the Navy. Now they became a citizen. They're a Navy fighter pilot. They flew Vanguards. Suzkosi is canonically a Vanguard pilot. Tavaran are a martial society. They were. It's more complicated now. The analogies, CIG's metaphors are messy because it's not intended to be one metaphor. They don't really want to come out like a one-to-one story. Like it's clear that because when we did an interview with Dave Haddock a couple of years ago for the Lore Citizens podcast, he was clear that there was no message. Like he didn't want to at least intentionally talk about a specific message. His goal was to create a gray universe where players could kind of imprint themselves into the universe, which I think they do a really good job. But as a result, they pull a lot of stuff from actual historical and like they try to be culturally sensitive, but they're also pulling stuff from actual history. So it's pretty clear that the Tavaran, at least post Second Tavaran War or modern Tavaran, are very modeled off of the post World War II Japanese cultures, where like Bushido had become this sort of beyond parody of itself at the end of the Second World War, and towards the end of the Second World War, about like, you know, pure honor and all these sorts of things like that. And so after the war, it became very complicated because there's some people who still believe that, even today. Still believe in that sort of pure, sort of militaristic zeal. And it took a long time for them to sort of move away from it. And there are still parties inside of that. It's similar to Germany. I think Germany's another good example, like post-World War I Germany, where, you know, Prussia had always been very militaristic in its sort of structure and how it functioned, and including becoming Germany. And when it became a democracy, became a lot more. There's a lot of conflicting ideals because people were used to the old ways, not necessarily the new ways. So there's a lot of like historical analogies for these, or like kind of parallels with these. And so the Tavaran are kind of split between the old ways and the new ways. The old ways are like embracing the oldest martial beliefs of Tavaran culture, which we don't know a lot about, which is called the Rajora. But modern Tavaran, the kind of new ways of Tavaran wants to blend the Rajora with human culture. So it's more of a hybrid culture where they kind of want to remove some of the more like pure military martial aspects and sort of use them as more metaphorical. Dave's goals only scared the shit out of players. Yeah. Hey, Renamon. I trust your Christmas was a very good one for you and yours. Hello, chat. Merry Christmas, and hope you all had a great time. Thank you, Renamon. Yeah, it was good. It was nice and relaxing. Cam and I haven't left home for Christmas in a decade, and that's because we don't travel well. Whenever we travel on the holidays, we get sick. So. What would a Messer Mandinar? I don't know what a Mandinar is. I don't recognize that. It's not an allegory like Animal Farm. Yeah. One of the co-founders of Gemini was Tavarin, right? Yes. Internment camp. We don't know if there were any internment camps. Mezer UEE was a lot more like I said, the Imperium of Man from 40K, suffer not the Xenos to live sort of thing. Xenos, they sort of like, the Banu were the exception, but like Tavarin and definitely not Xi'an. There's no fucking way a Xi'an was living in Mezer era UEE. But like the Tavarin were sort of, you couldn't live in the UEE effectively as a Tavarin. You had to live in your own communities or in the poor communities where they just couldn't afford to segregate you. You were sort of not even tolerated. You were just, as long as you were quiet and stayed in the shadows, you weren't actively trying to be killed. So it was sort of a, you exist by the nature that we are too lazy to kill you sort of situation. Manzanar. I've never heard Manzanar before. Oh, like the one that was the internment camp for Japanese Americans in World War II, Manzanar. I just Googled it. I was like, oh, I get that reference now. I knew when you said internment camps, I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, but Japanese internment World War II. Yeah, okay. I never knew the name of the internment camp. Good to know. It's my dream to have an NPC on my crew, every species, including Vanduul if possible. I don't know if you can get a Vanduul yet. What do you think about small missile boats like the Shrike and the Firebird after the missile price changes? I still think that they're valuable, but they're going to be valuable for very different reasons. I've always felt that the missile boats are going to be more valuable as ground strike ships. But just like say the Polaris, there's plenty of ships out there, or like the Eclipse. There are plenty of ships out there that are very hyper specific that I don't expect players to use unless they absolutely need to. And the way I've always described it is you have your adventuring gear, you have your PvP gear, and you have your raid/dungeon gear, right? So if you're going out grinding mobs, you have your average gear. If you're going out to do a specific PvP, you bring your right PvP stuff. And if you're going out to do a raid or dungeon, you have a specific raid or dungeon. That's usually, the last one's usually kind of coordinating with other people. So you have a specific role you're doing. And that's kind of like a Shrike. Would be that sort of thing. Like a Shrike is going to get supported by other ships so you don't have to worry about either the price of it, or you have a specific goal in mind, a specific job that you're supposed to do to help others do their jobs.
Hey, a tip.
Escap, super chatted $1.99. Did someone say Shrike?
Yes, Escape. Someone said Shrike, and it wasn't you. Whereas your average, what we call the daily driver sort of thing, I don't expect the Firebird to be anyone's daily driver. Balance will change 100 times anyways. Exactly. I expect bullets to become expensive as they become more diverse, because CIG has already talked about having different ammunition. So flak ammunition, plasma ammunition, or energy ammunition, heat ammunition, armor piercing ammunition. So they'll have different ammunition types, and as those come out, they'll also have different prices, I'm guessing. Things need to get harder with Star Citizen. Just hands down, the only reason why they walked back what they did was because of bugs. Still think it was the wrong move, but we'll see.
Dem biddies.
Merry Christmas, Paul. May this coming year be as love-filled as the last.
Thank you so much, Caffeine Fiend, for that 100 biddies. You're very important, Pupper, very impressive, or very pedestrian. I've fallen in love with the Freelancer Max all over again with 4.0. Yes, it is a very good ship. Yeah, we definitely need more cost. So say the Freelancer is the best ship in the game. Some say. Oh, yeah. Hasn't the current Xian Emperor, Cray, been alive and in power since the Mezzers were around? The current Emperor was, I believe, born the same year as First Contact with humanity. So he's as old as First Contact, but his mother was the one who was in charge during First Contact. And she retired shortly afterwards when he was of age, so maybe like a century after that. So he's only been in power for like 400 years. 300 years, 400 years. He was born in 2530, and it's now 2954. So yeah, he's like 400 and a little over 400 years old. So yeah, he's been in power for like 300 years. His mom still alive. His mom dead long ago. Oh, and they said, wow, and First Contact was released in 1996. Different First Contact. Burb ship, yes. How? Oh, Lucy. The best way to explain is that Inner Hype is and has always been and always will be the master of freelancers. Inner Hype is the owner, the founder, owner, operator, and a lifetime member of the Freelancer Club. Your daily driver may well become the Guardian. Remember that it's going to get nerfed at some point. Are the Overlords still in Pyro, or has that changed since the Citizens of Prosperity? We don't know, but the Overlord armor is still there, and there hasn't been a retcon removing the Overlords, so I'm assuming the Overlords still exist. The Overlords at least seem to predate the Citizens of Prosperity by at least a decade. So they would still be around and might even still attack Citizens of Prosperity. They view all of the gangs of Pyro in the same sort of general contempt. Why would it change? Because every ship changes. So keep that in mind. Like, every ship is going to get changed, nerfed, changed around at some point. So it may be good now, but it might change a little bit. Do you think CIG will make the ship base from Close Encounters of the Third Kind? The ship base? I don't remember that one. They're not a large faction. No, they're like 6. There's 6 people in the Overlords. They're a Super Sentai group. They're the Magnificent Seven, but with 6. Well, change, yeah, but what about the Guardian, not the Quee? Makes it nerf worthy. I don't know, but there'll be some sort of change. That always happens. Please don't call Overlords Power Rangers. I don't like that you're right. They're even color coded. Never heard your thoughts on the Odyssey. You think we might see it next year? I don't think we'll see it next year, but I do think we'll see it in 2026.
You can take away my spaceship.
Ship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew. Okay, I guess no YouTube chat. It's YouTube chat. It's not working on this one.
Game.
Symphony of Steel just resubscribed for 7 months. Almost baby time.
Thank you for that 7 months of support there, Symphony of Steel. You're very important, Bubber. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Given that the enemy alien internment camps in World War II are regarded as some of the most some of the sensitives, I would take a brave. It would take a brave games dev to include them in their game, even as lore. Yeah, I don't think they would, because it doesn't really make sense for the kind of rhetoric of the UE, considering how long it was, and we also know that at least canonically, they did, Tavaran were active in the UEE even during the heart of the Mezzer era. So it wouldn't make sense for them to be in sort of internment camps. It's because we know Tavaran are basically in every system, and they have their own sort of towns, sort of like in America, an equivalent would be something like Japantown or Chinatown in different major cities in America, or like, you know, in things like Little Italy or those sorts of ideas. Places where like specific ethnicity has grouped themselves into a specific place, usually for protection. That's kind of what Tavaran are. They're all over the place. Tavaran have always been sort of a stand-in for minority groups in the Star Citizen universe. So they kind of coalesce into a lot of those different ideals. Indigenous populations, minority immigrant populations, those sorts of things. They kind of have sort of all of those kind of baggage put into them. Without, because sci-fi does that a lot, where they'll take a alien population which is specifically alien, so that that people will go, what are you talking about? Why are you putting politics into this kind of thing? So they can just go, we're not doing politics. What are you talking about? This is just a fun fantasy universe. See Star Trek. From what I've read in the lore, the internment camp is pretty like an internment camp is pretty like computer what's action in the lore. Yeah, the freaking oh gosh, the Chiron, like in labor camps. The Mezzers had their own gulags. The gulags were on Charon, on I think it was Charon. I can't remember how they pronounce it, Charon or Chiron, the Chiron system. They were bad. Extensively bad. Hey, what's up, W88? WB, how you doing? Sometimes the dirty civs need motivation to behave. There's places where you would disappear to if you were caught being unpatriotic. Drake's heavy fighter is the Cutlass. Nah, Drake doesn't have a heavy fighter. They have a utility ship, which is the Cutlass. If they had a heavy fighter, I'd love for them to come out with the Lobster. There's no war in Bossing Shay. Exactly. Later, Redemon. It's technically classed as a medium. Yeah, it is. Its size is huge, but it has the same sort of capabilities as a F7A. It's always been, since its creation, in lore at least, it's always been basically the quick and dirty version of the Hornet, with more capabilities. Wow, saw Globotrack is working again, but so many people trapped in places with the broken ASOP terminals. The ASOP terminals just recently break? To be fair, I haven't played Star Citizen. I played a lot more, but last time I played it was before Christmas. So like Christmas Eve and the day before that I played, but I didn't play Christmas Day. I haven't played today. And I played Christmas Eve like morning, I think. Like 20 minutes ago? Okay. Everyone had the time off, so they broke again. You've been able to play since Sunday, 60K error. Now I want to try a character reset, Escape. The character repair tool doesn't change anything. It just resets you to back where you were. So I think it would automatically kick you out of your whatever instance your computer thinks you're in. Tried it all session and stuck into a shard. See, she just wants people to spend time with their families. They care. You've been playing Supermarket Simulator? Never heard of that one. There was another hotfix? I thought there was only one hotfix. Black screens have been happening a lot, but... I think a server must have crashed with my login status. Possibly. Yep, in the same boat. There's an IC report confirmed. Also, some notes from Ahmed and Evo chat was that it's being worked on. Okay. Like I said, on social media, I said it's apparently it's a unpopular opinion, but I think 4.0 is one of the better patches they've ever released. Yes, it's buggy. Yes, it's got problems. Yes, it's breaking. That was always going to be the case. It was going to be the case if it was when it was released, or now, or when if it was going to be released in February. I play the game for fun now, which I haven't done in years. Like, I still enjoy it, even when I'm streaming it, but like, I don't usually play it out off of stream. Character repair doesn't work with ASOP bug. ASOP bug is probably not going to be fixed with character, but I thought maybe the 60K error might be fixed. It's breaking in very fixable ways, yeah. The only way to fix ASOP bug is to have someone give you a ride to another station so you can claim ships there and respawn them. Oh, we're doing airlifts again. The Levski airlift is back, baby. Relog, repair different region. None of that does anything with the ASOP bug. I remember Escape from Levski. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you're stuck in Clash, or go to Asia. For some fucking reason, if you're bugged, if you go to the Asia servers, it works. It gets you out. But only in Asia servers. Another fix is calling a ship from a friend's hangar on the same planet. Okay. You fixed a bug by loading AC and then switching regions. Okay. So there's some interesting. It's not 318 broken. I have not gotten a physical component like a door from a ship stuck in my inventory. Loading AC, then logging again, even the same reason, has fixed the shard full error for you. Okay. So 60K and ASOP bugs can be fixed by going into AC and then switching regions. So the arena commander fixes are back, baby. Missiles are punishing. Been practicing my stealth skills in the Zeus ES so far, getting blown up a lot, picking fights with bigger ships, but I'm learning. Missiles are deadly. They will absolutely destroy you. When do we get Titan suits? So AC both means Arena Commander and Armored Core. I don't know. I just want them sooner. This is amusing that there's all these fixes because all of these have been old fixes. Going to Arena Commander and then coming back out and changing regions. Do you load in Arena Commander and then switch regions in the live environment fixes it? Because like that's a bug that is ancient. That's a bug fix that's been existing for like 6 years ago, I want to say. The load into AC and fix it. Well, and Star Citizen is unplayable tonight. I blame Paul. It was fine until he went live. Wait till tomorrow when everyone has to go back to work. Velocity. Are they superstitious if they work? Yeah. I don't understand how the thermal signatures work. I wish I could tell someone if someone detected you. That's probably going to be something in the scanning update they're going to be doing in next year. I had an Aurora find a single missile at my Guardian Quee and it took the wings off. Yeah.
You can take away my spaceship.
I have seen players in Pyro. I fully believe NPCs are more dangerous.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
N1GHTCOB just resubscribed for 34 months. Ola Paul. How goes it? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too there, Night Cobb, for that. Thank you for that 34 months. You are a very important pupper, very impressive pissers, very good Estrians. This is your fault. The return drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. By the way, I mean, we've already talked about it, and I'm sure you already know, but the NPCs in make sure this is all fixed. Oh, sorry. Okay, it should be working. The NPCs in 4.0 all talk to each other. A lot. With lore relevant conversations. Just as you and I had hoped them to do. It is so glorious and wonderful. I'm just hoping it actually brings more people to realize there's a story behind everything. Yeah, and Jared is voices in there. I haven't heard him, though. Question, Astro 2025? No, we didn't. We would have already seen it. It's too big of a ship for them to have not put it on their preview. Oh, yes, they are. They talk in so many places. It's the fucking best. Now they just need to add more narrative stories to the universe with actual, like, you know, motion capture or video or some sort of audio. I will like go for just audio and a static image of a character, you know. Oh, even better. I didn't know a constellation I was fighting was a player until the cargo bay opened right in front of me and he started to EVA out. I was still in my Connie. He died. Last I played, Jared's voice was everywhere. I could not hear Jared. That's interesting. I know 4.0 is frequently broken, but I'm elated with the patch in general. The patch is... It's broken, but in fixable ways. It's just a shame it was released when it was, because I feel like if it was released in the summer, it would have been a lot better overall experience. It's just because it was released during the holidays, everyone is going to be playing it, and then it's going to be broken for the holidays, so a lot of people are going to get mad about it, and you know. Yeah, it's not server meshing. It's for once, it's not the server meshing. I think the only thing that could be related to the server meshing are the black screen 30Ks, which are just destroying everything. But I don't think that's a server meshing issue. I think it's just a server issue. Because the black screen 30Ks, I don't think take down an entire server or entire shard. They just take down individual servers. You have no idea how many times I've had to teach people that your full Mazarov kit's cool, but not as cool as a Galdarine. Yeah. I wish shields were more important. They don't do much in Pyro, it feels like. Shields up or down, I'm dead in seconds from a missile or an F8. Aegis missiles are overtuned right now. It's probably been discussed before, but what's the presumed order of work for ships? Anvil, RSI, then what? Then Misk. It's RSI, Misk, then Drake. That's the order. And it seems like, since CIG's ship team is now over 50 people, that they seem to be at least confident enough. And again, this is CIG confidence, which is often bravado, not actual confidence. They seem to be confident enough now to start to produce ships at a much faster pace, because they're going to be doing the Ironclad and the Perseus next year. The Perseus is already in production, and so is the Ironclad. So I wouldn't be surprised if both of those ships ended up being released within the next 6 months. I doubt that the Ironclad will, because CIG seems to be wanting to drip feed. So the Ironclad is a perfect IAE ship. So even if it's finished in like July, I doubt they'll release it until IAE. But the Perseus almost certainly is being targeted for Invictus of this year, so, or this next year. Evening, Paul. First time seeing your stream from my place instead of at work. Well, I'm glad I don't have to tell you about your boss behind you, but I will say that your partner is behind you. They're judging you for watching me. Hi. And if you don't have a partner, then who's that person behind you? I think I heard two NPCs talk about Benny Henge at Seraphim last night. Oh, no shit. They mentioned along the lines of some jackass stole all the vending machines out of Port Olisar to build a monument out near Yella. That's awesome. I wish it would actually activate some side quests, though. Question, do you think the whole B might become flyable next year? Not next year, but maybe the year after next. Take your time and work the Caterpillar while you're out at CIG. I would totally emotionally cheat with you, Lore Master. No. My wife would kill me. Thoughts on the Starlancer BLD being done by next year, i.e. 100% believe it. I believe the BLD will be released when they have the first version of base building in, which could be as early as, I would say, Q2, but likely Q3. My last partner judged me for watching you, so I dumped them. Nobody shames me for watching Paul. Paul Shelley, breaking up relationships since 2015. At least the door is working on the cat. Yeah. It's an odd thing to say because like performance, or like individual performance is never been better. NPCs are more responsive than ever. The gameplay seems snappier. It feels for the first time that I'm looking at a game that just has bugs rather than a game that's in development. It's the first time I pulled up Star Citizen and been like, this is an early access title. I can see where this is going. Before I've been like, it's kind of almost an early access. This is the first time I've been like, yeah, fix some of the bugs. 100% feel like I could recommend this to people. Not now. Need to get some bug fixes. 4.1, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling confident that CIG can get 4.1 out and be in a hugely good state. Add some of the stuff they cut from 4.0, like engineering and the flare, make Pyro actually flare like it should be, and fire. I think it would improve. I really hope they took a look at the Starfarer soon. I had a Gemini in my hangar since the concept release. They weren't terribly important to me. Are they now back in the office a week from now? They're back in the office now, but it really depends on A, the developer, and B, the time frame. Engineering, fire, and radiation. Yes. But they'll be back after the first. So the first big wave of the developers coming back should be on like the 3rd or the 6th of January. I wouldn't expect 4.0.1 to come into PTU until the 14th or 15th of January. I would expect 4.0.1 to be released. I'm going to make a venture a guess, February 12th. They want to probably do, or maybe February 5th. They probably want to get 4.0.1 out before Valentine's Day, before Korra More in game. I do wonder if they take all the, with CIG's current, the way that Chris Roberts' letter to the chairman read, it seems like they're going to wait for 4.1. They may try to introduce it in 4.0.1, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being in a that sort of preview patch, so because they don't know how much it's going to cause problems. Elliot and DJ are back. That's because Elliot and DJ are fucking insane. If you both are up watching this, go to bed. It's the day after Christmas. Fucking shit, y'all. I know you're perfectionists. I know you're artists, and you're sitting there going, but I must fix. No one's going to be able to fix anything if you're dead tired. Nobody is good when you're that tired. Trust me. I know. I have pulled shit like that for content, and it sucks. You're not the best at that. Hey, Celine, how you doing? 4.1 is probably not going to be coming out. I would say 4.1 is in March. Boxing Day in many places still isn't in more real. Yeah. I could almost guarantee you that 4.1 will go into PTU sometime in February. They're going to get 4.0.1 out. And there may be some fixes, like it may be coming out sooner than that, but I don't know if we'll see a 4.0.2. We might. Typically we do. But I could see CIG rolling with their new directive and how they're functioning, which really read the letter from the chairman. If you don't, go and watch the video I posted a few weeks ago, or like a week ago. Letter from the chairman really talks about how they're focusing more on playability. So they're not going to delay a release simply because the technology that they want to put in that patch is there. And there's no more 4.0s. CIG is not going to have this patch has this specific feature anymore. It's all going to be, this is the content we want to produce, and we will put in some features, but if those features don't make it, we'll cut them and push them to the next patch and do more previews on them. Exactly, Moronic. Working while tired just means working more to fix your shit the next morning. Yeah. Drat, am I too late? Did I miss you, Luminalia? No, Luminalia is still going on. Luminalia is technically over with, but you can always pick up the Luminalia stuff until like first week of January. Hey, Death Trooper. As in, it's the 27th in UK right now. True, it's post Boxing Day. They were working on Boxing Day. A post from Zach under the quality of life features indicates they're taking notes from the community. Lots of good suggestions. It's good. January 6th or something. It probably ends, I think. Yeah. What's your pitch for when the Ironclad hit? Like, when is it going to come out? IAE. That's a classic IAE release. Maybe a Citizen Con, but probably IAE release. Think we'll see a Heartseeker Mark II? No. But I do think that CIG will use the Heartseeker as as the basis for whatever their customization is going to be that they hinted at CitizenCon. Will Nyx be the main feature at CitizenCon? I think Nyx is going to be released before CitizenCon. It sounds like hopium, but like, what's the difference between Nyx and Pyro? They're just another system. It doesn't take 7 years for them to make a system. The reason why Pyro took so long to make was because of server meshing. Server meshing's done. First version of it, and we're gonna improve it as it goes on, but they don't need to like invent new technology to put more servers into a shard. They can do that already. And on top of that, the biggest thing that CIG requires, the thing that takes CIG the longest time to do hero locations, landing zones, Levski has been updated consistently since it was removed from the game a couple years ago, like 6 years ago, whenever we got Crusader. I think it was like 2019, maybe 2020. But it's been included in updates over time, and we know it's been updated. So like, it's good to go. The only thing that they even talked about it at CitizenCon that they needed to add a couple of things here and there, but like that's not 6 months of work, especially if they're already in like white box, because they did the entirety of Lorville's exterior like in 6 months. If CIG has the right allocation of resources and has it a priority, it'll be out sooner than you think. Difference between Nyx and Pyro, Vanduul, and no pissed off star trying to kill anyone. Other difference is that everything is fucking dark as shit. You can't see shit. You can't see shit in Nyx. It's dark as shit. Your sensors won't work as well because it requires sensor gameplay. That's really the only thing. But CIG has already shown a willingness to pull out, to push a feature, push like something like Pyro out without its main feature, because Red Stanton sort of thing going on. With like the flares. So I wouldn't see why Nyx wouldn't be pushed either. Pretty sure they said Nyx was at Greybox in CitizenCon. The system might be in Greybox, but Levski, I don't know if everything's in Greybox. A lot of things were in Greybox at CitizenCon, but it doesn't take, hopefully, shouldn't, qualifiers, shouldn't take that long. I doubt it will though. It's not like CIG's never built a fucking landing zone before. Nyx release before CitizenCon, show off Castra, maybe some Terra stuff at CitizenCon would make sense. I would fully expect Castra to be in preview at the end of next year. Like I would see the end of the year, 2025, they'll do a preview release, maybe like for like a week, for like a soak test. Well, they'll have Castra out for people to play for like a week. So you'll have like the full game plus Castra. So you'll have Pyro, Nyx, Stanton and Castra out. And then the main focus of 2026 will be Terra. Because Terra's going to take them a fucking year. Jesus fucking Christ. It's going to take them a while. Like I cannot illustrate how complicated Terra is. Terra is the only thing that's going to be more complicated than Terra is Earth. Terra is so important to the story of Star Citizen. It is like the story of Star Citizen is Terra. So it needs to be like Citadel levels of good from Mass Effect, you know? And that was, you know, 2006, 2007 when Mass Effect came out. Nyx 4.3, I could see it. I think personally, CIG is probably shooting for Nyx to come out in Q2. So June of next year. And I think they have a shot at it, but they probably won't actually hit it because they've got so many other things they got to worry about. You don't think we'll ever see more than 10 systems? I think we'll see more than 10 systems. We'll see. I don't know if we'll see the 100 systems, but as CIG develops their tools and gets better at it, then we'll see much better. There's only a handful of systems that I would say are going to be the hardest systems for them to do. To give you an example, Nexus is just Pyro. Nexus and Pyro are the same fucking thing. Just change Pyrotechnic Amalgamated to... Oh, I forgot the name of the name company. But to a different company. But it's the same story. Company takes over a system, ignores the outlaw problems, eventually leaves, all of their shit gets taken over by outlaws. No Angry Star. Yeah. Kellogg and a few others should be real easy. Yeah. I expect another system that's connected to Castra is the Toe Hill system. Toe Hill system super fucking easy. That's just it's a smuggling universe, smuggling system. Toe Hill 3, I think, is the only one that actually has any residents, and it's a big city that lives on floating botanical gardens. Like, that's it. It's mostly empty, and it's designed to be empty because it's a smuggling system. So it will be where you interact with like smugglers and other clandestine activities and stuff like that. A lot of those systems a lot of planets are, I mean, dead because they have to change. They'll have to change those. But a lot of that stuff is going to be probably high resource value or some other things like that. Odin, yeah, Odin should be out pretty easily. I would expect Vega and Virgil. Virgil is almost certainly going to be one of those first ones they release in 4.0. The systems that I believe will be coming out for 1.0, and I do believe they'll come out at the same time, is Toe Hill, Magnus, Virgil, and Hadrian. Oh, and Odin. Those 5 systems I think will come out the same year. Some of them will drop like at the same time. Because Hadrian, super fucking easy. It's just space stations and gas giants. While I know CIG said they're going to change things to make it more interesting, the whole point of Hadrian is that it's like thousands of space stations, hundreds of space stations. So it's the contested zones on like steroids. So it's just space station gameplay, which will be great. What did I say? Virgil, Vanduul system. Everything is burned and destroyed. Go fight some Vanduul. Odin, already have it in Squadron, connected to Nyx. And Magnus is just Hurston. I mean, there's going to be some slight changes and obvious like that, but the themes are very similar. I don't know, is Goss connected to any of the systems? I'd have to look up that one. Have the Aaron Halo gates been retconned? Nope. Not as far as we know. You think Terra? Well, there's a lot of stuff in Terra, yeah. Lord does an expedition to Hades. Random member speaks up. Hey, who's the blue dude? If you see the blue dude in Hades, run. Run and never look back. Give it time and we'll hit the original 100. Maybe like 20 years from now, but we'll get there. I think basically the core systems of humanity, UE has like 30 systems. And the unclaimed systems are like 10 or 15 unclaimed systems. So it's like half, more than half. It's probably more like 60. But I know it's like 38 systems are UE controlled, and there's like, I want to say again, 20 systems, 10 to 20 systems that are unclaimed. So more than 50, like 60 to 70, I would say, are human controlled, and the rest are aliens. And of those human controlled, I would say 7 are actually something of like note. Most of it are just copy paste sort of situations. They'll make them more unique, but with CIG's emphasis on taking gangs and organizations and just sort of copying them across different systems, we're going to see a lot less unique system-specific entities and more cross-system groups that you have to kind of manage with. You think Squadron would push up to 25? They could, for sure. No, I don't think the Aaron Halo gates have been retconned. I do think that they're waiting for the new quantum drives to come in. Nix for Invictus 2025? Nah. I think they're shooting at it. I think they're shooting for that, but I think we'll probably see it in preview. I do think we're going to get Castra for Invictus 2026. I don't think it'll be that long after 1.0. We'll get Hadrian and Magnus as they connect to 1.0 systems. Hadrian is going to be a little different. I think Hadrian's one of those special systems that CIG really wants to focus on. And look at me. Look at me right here. Okay? I'll get you real close here, chat. If you think Hadrian is releasing any time other than around an October release, you're high. The thing is spooky as shit. It is 100% going to be like an October of like 2028 release. Because it's the spooky. It's literally a graveyard. Do you think you'll get Odin after Squad? Did you drop pretty quickly? Yeah. Hadrian is would be good for Xi'an. Yeah, I think it's good because it's got Kelter Reef, which is neat. And it's basically space station, so they can come up with unique like space station sort of archaeology spelunking stuff. I think Virgil is easy because it's mostly going to be destroyed. They can kind of like really emphasize destroyed architecture, sort of post-apocalyptic almost. And it's Vandul. You go fight the Vandul there. And then Toe Hill would be like islands, so it's more tropical. You know, it's kind of got unique spin to it. And of course, Magnus is super fucking easy because Magnus is just fucking. It's just Hurston. It's the same sort of kind of environment as Hurston, which is one of the reasons why I'm not surprised it wasn't one of the first 5 systems because there's just no reason to do it. You're back from the shop, Paul? Did you get me anything? Don't mine on the islands of Toe Hill. No. You need empty systems to act as borders and give players contested space to fight over. There are a couple of empty systems out there. Like Toe Hill is one of those. Hey, Zypher. What am I most excited for 2025? I'm most excited for the expansion of Reputation and the emphasis that CIG seems to be placing on narrative. It was mentioned at CitizenCon, and it's been mentioned in the letter from the chairman that they really want to focus on telling a story in Star Citizen with every patch. So, lore guy. I like stories. Please give me more. London at night after 2 a.m. is fairly empty, spooky to walk, even if 24-hour shop. I've always, maybe because I'm a night owl, but I've always felt that like those sorts of late night strolls are kind of therapeutic for me. There's something about the stillness of the night that's nice, especially when it's foggy. Ooh. Smell of petrichor. Dark streets. Listening to the various animals that are still up. The distant noise of like cars driving. Great. The diversity of human psyche. Pyro needs more law. Reputation would help a lot with that. It would. When it's foggy, I see what you mean. It's so nice, yeah. You mean the best lore guy. And I hope I'm not the only lore guy. There's at least one person from Switzerland who wants to do lore content. They actually came to me and was like, can I get permission to do lore content? I'm just like, I'm going to say this to you all. If anybody here wants to start doing lore content, please, for the love of God, do so. The one thing I will tell you right now, though, is you will not get any traction. Like, I'm the only person who consistently does Star Citizen lore, and I have the highest numbers of most Star Citizen lore content creators, which again, they're not many of us. And to give you context, 4 days ago, I released the latest lore video, which is topical, talks about the lore of Pyro, and it's doing pretty good. It's probably pretty average for me in terms of performance, and I have 8,600 views. That's really good for people who don't see a lot of it. But in context, this took me about 2 weeks to produce. There'll be videos that are about like a average Space Tomato video does 20,000. And this is not to be shitting on Space Tomato, because I know Space Tomato watches in the high space. But like, Space Tomato does content that people want to watch. And my best content is not even Star Citizen. My best content is Titanfall. Between my primer for, let me do this real quick. Between my primer for Helldivers 2 and Titanfall, I have, so like the best lore video I've done is the Bengal Carrier. It has 120,000 views. After that, and that was released 2 years ago, or May of 2023. Then I did a complete history of Titanfall, which has released 90,000 views. And I released that in August of this year. So it's almost, it's climbing up there with the Bengal Carrier one, and it has never slowed down in its views. Then the first episode of Complete History of Star Citizen Lore, which is 86,000 views. And below that, it's the lore of Helldivers 2, which is 67,000 views. Then the lore on the Colony Wars for Starfield at 64,000 views. Of my top five, only 2 of them are Star Citizen videos, and the other 3 are videos from other franchises, of which I have done at the most 2 videos of. I've only done 1 Titanfall lore video. It's doing really good. I've only done 2 lore Helldivers 2 videos, and you know, and I've done like 2 or 3 Colony or Starfield videos. And like, the answer is nobody cares about Star Citizen lore for right now. The reason why I was going on this is that saying I would love for more people to do Star Citizen lore, but if you do, understand that you have to do it for the love of the game, and hopefully eventually to pull up. So yeah. No need to brag. Yeah, I'm not trying to brag. And the more effort you put into a video, the less success it is. Astro Chronicles spoken like a true YouTuber. Did the shorts perform better? Nope. I'm not saying don't fish, but I'm saying do it. But we're just gonna we're going to be in the sort of slow zone for a while. Makes content people want. What a sellout. Exactly. I do think that Squadron's release will pick up. I've already seen more of my Squadron lore videos do much better. Like the UEE Navy videos, they're doing numbers in comparison. I know most of you who watch me now have watched me, which is great. I'm not trying to get, my point was like, I remember someone saying that like, hey, I'd love to do lore video content. And I want to be like, more lore video, please. More people doing lore is better. And if you need help, ask me. I will share information. I would love to create a community of lore enthusiasts who sit around and talk as like some weird fan-made historical society. Because didn't Templin Institute do something on Star Citizen one at a time? Oh my God, don't bring up those fuckers. I have beef with Templin on that. I have major beef with Templin on that. Lore enthusiasts who say. And maybe they've changed, but I did not like their approach with that. In your opinion, if you had to choose one platform, which would it be? Twitch or YouTube? I'm moving towards that lifestyle. If you're just doing one platform, I would do YouTube, but it's gonna take you longer to grow on YouTube than it is on Twitch. The actual honest answer is multi. There's no reason not to do multiple content on multiple stuff, so. I'm something of a lore fan myself. Hastily, yes. Star Citizen is missing key lore elements. The fuck, yeah. I have toyed with the idea of sitting down and doing a response to that 1 hour video, but every time I try to watch that video again, for those of you who don't know, Temple Institute did a big, long video that basically said Star Citizen has no lore, which all of the people I know who follow Star Citizen lore, we meme on that all the time. If you hear someone say, but Star Citizen has no lore, it's because we're joking about that video. Because it's like, the short answer is Templin Institute has an issue with CIG. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it exists, but they've always used Star Citizen as the worst example of all of their examples of things like flags and government, and like basically every one of their lists of like what you should have and shouldn't have for lore or for like writing arguments. They've always used Star Citizen as the negative example. And then they came out with Star Citizen has no lore. And I don't think they've done a video since. Then again, I removed them from my watch list and actively avoided any of their videos since then. Because it was clear that they didn't do any research, which, don't get me wrong, it's hard to do research with Star Citizen. Anybody who's tried to do it will know. But like, it's clear that they already have a bias and they're just leaning into the bias. Shooting Star Citizen's very easy viewer bait, or was it where it was for a time? Yeah, it was around that time too. There's enough engaging lore in Star Citizen to make a franchise the size of Star Wars, if they wanted to. Is it hard to research the lore that doesn't exist? Touche.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Keniac89 just resubscribed for 37 months.
Thank you so much, Keniac, for that 37 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed. Very important. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, no, it's like, there were some things they said which was 100% true. Like, for instance, the simplicity of the logos that they used for Star Citizen, for like the major, like the Navy, the Marines, the Army, have these really cartoonified logos.
You can even take away my space lasers,
which makes them feel cheap.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Escape H907 has subscribed.
Hey, thank you so much, Escape, for becoming a subscriber. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, but very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking that. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, so CG doesn't really retcon a lot. The most they retcon is planets. And that's just because they want to make more interesting universe. But the themes and stories, the human stories of Star Citizen have remained the same. Because generally speaking, most of the Star Citizen lore is very broad. I think that's probably the biggest issue is like people who have studied Star Citizen lore or who hear about Star Citizen lore go, well, why isn't this specific thing explained? Why don't we know more about this specific thing? And I think it comes from like the universes like 40K and Star Wars and even like Mass Effect to a degree, where like every single event that has happened in the canon of those IPs has some detailed explanation somewhere within its lore. So it seems from the outset that Star Citizen seems shallow. And the answer is it's not shallow, it's still being written. So what you're seeing is the framework, and they can justify it in universe very uniquely because the story of the Unification Wars, for instance, there's a lot of stuff that's left out. It's very kind of surface cover sort of what happened back then. But the Unification Wars happened in like the 24th century. It's the 30th century now in the Star Citizen universe. So it would be the equivalent of something like happening in the 14th century. Something that happened that was very important to humanity in the 14th century in Spain. Unless you are in Spain and studying 14th century Spain, most people don't give a fuck about 14th century Spain. Not even people living in Spain, because they have other concerns, and things that have happened more recently are going to have more of an impact on their lives. So knowing that this thing existed at some point is probably a nice little factoid, but it's not an actual story element. And so they can get away with doing those sorts of little brief glance overs because it doesn't actually affect the universe of Star Citizen yet. It might eventually, and when they do that, they can fill it out a little bit more. So most of Star Citizen is framework. The story of Star Citizen is framework until the gameplay team adds more stuff in that they can then fill it out further. It's a grade school history class detail so far, basically, yeah. Retcons will probably be more common when they start doing actual story content like any other IP. Yeah, but I don't think we'll see a lot of retcons because, like, do you know what we know about Nyx? It's remote. A lot of smugglers use it. The People's Alliance of Levski are there, and the Moraine are there. Oh, and the Vanduul invade. Daymar is a asteroid. Levski was a mining outpost that was taken over by the People's Alliance of Levski, or People's Alliance, and turned into a landing zone. That's it. Like, I don't know, unless they change the name of fucking Levski, there's nothing really to retcon, other than the planets are barren deserts, effectively, which they'll probably change. But the actual story elements of who the People's Alliance are, who the Moraine are, how the Vanduul are, all that stuff's not been fleshed out yet. So when it is, we get more information. Oh yeah, what about 14th century Americas? I live in Texas. What happened in 14th century Texas, I don't think even impacts the people who are directly related to the people who were here in 14th century Texas, in 14th century. Like the native populations that were here, the people who were here before the Anglos and the Europeans showed up, probably don't even know what the fuck happened then, and it probably doesn't have as much of an impact on them. But yeah, like, who's the first person to use block and tackle in rigging to control sails ship IRL? But we know who whacked their first quantum drive with a wrench in Renew Record Anomaly. Yeah. I'd like to see more barren worlds with no trace of atmospheres, no atmosphere in Star Citizen. I think between Stanton, Pyro, and current worlds, we have too many Earth-like worlds. I think the reason why we have a lot of Earth-like worlds in Star Citizen right now is because Pyro needed to be more fun to engage in outside of just having, they need more, what they need is corrosive environments. They need to have Venusian-like worlds and Mercurian-like worlds, or even like, the various worlds of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, which are just fucking wild, wild moons. Like, give me hydrocarbon oceans that like burn shit. We just need more engaging environments that require the characters, the players, to engage in that environment as survival or even, you know, resource gathering. And until CitizenCon 2025, we didn't even know the Vanduul invaded there. It was on the border with Virgil, so it's definitely, it was always implied that the Vanduul would raid in there, but we didn't know that they were starting to actively raid. No. Any interesting lore about the Kano or Davian systems? Davian is Boston. It's Florence. It's Kyiv. I'm trying to think of other kind of references. Davian is the system that causes all the problems. It is a system where history happens a lot because it's the headquarters of Aegis. So, Kano, the planet Kano, I believe is the one in Davian, if you're referencing. It's got a dome over it, as we know of. It's where the first currency riots happened when the UEC was formed. It's where it was the system where first contact was made with the Banu. It is the place where the first bombings happened, the terror bombings that brought the Mezzers into power. It's where the first Luminalia happened. The Kano or Davian is a very important system in Star Citizen lore, like one of the best ones, one of the most important ones. What's the Detroit equivalent? Either Magnus or Farron. They both are. Farron is like old rundown industrial area, but like Davian or Magnus is more recent. So Davian's a little bit like Mars and Battle Angel Alita then. Yeah, very similar. It's the crossroads where a lot of conflict occurs for conflict and history happens for humanity. It's sort of become less relevant as time went on, but a lot of major history has happened there. One of the interesting systems that I'm looking forward to is I want to say the Castor system, but I don't think it's the name of it. Corel. The Corel system. The Corel system is super important because it has a jump point to Geddon, which is a Banu system, Genesis, which is it's a fair chances system, and Nemo, which is it sounds like it is. It has a water world in it. So Corel has a couple planets. It has Corel 1, 2, Corel 3, Corel 4, and Corel 5 and 6. 3 and 4 are Lo and Castor. And Lo is one of the most important systems in the verse. New Junction is one of the most important cities in the verse. It is where things happen. To give you reference, the Hawk, the Anvil Hawk, was built specifically to deal with problems in the Castor system, or in Castor, in the Corel system. It was built to counter outlaws in the Corel system. Gemini comes from Lo. That's where its headquarters was. It's where it originated from. The first IAE was held on Castor. Because it was a bunch of ship enthusiasts on Lo at New Junction who put that on. Cousin Crow is from New Junction.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take
It is the
away my
gateway to the
space
Banu.
lasers. But But you can never, ever take away my space game.
UNKN0WN Guard 1 and just resubscribed for 37 months.
Thank you so much for that 37 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, but you're very pedestrian. This is your fault. Losing drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Gadden is the planet with the capital Alma, right? Ha 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 ha. Yes. You think IAE will move there when it's out? No, there's a specific system that hosts the IAE every year in lore, which I think it will be, but not. It'll be a while. We'll have to get Ocean Worlds eventually, especially if they're giving us Neptune with Sol, perfect to add as submersives or ocean exploration vessels that can launch submarines. Neptune isn't a water world; it's an ice giant, which is similar to a gas giant. It's just colder. Are all the colonized planets going to be similar gravity to Earth, or will we have heavy light planets with cities? We don't know. That's one of those things that they haven't really specified. Some places do have specifically high or low gravity, but we haven't mentioned any of that. IAE in Pyro 2025? No. Has ammonia water under its crust? Neptune has a crust? I guess it has a core, doesn't it? Huh. I don't know a lot about ice giants. All I know is that a lot of people think that they're actually ice, and it's like, no, they're not ice. It's most of it is gas. Ice giants are cool. Mantle? You think about it, one of the moons, maybe? Because I know there's like a couple of moons of some of the stuff that has ice water. Yeah, it's Europa. Europa has ice water, I believe. It's a frozen island. Titan, I think, has hydrocarbon oceans. Is it Enceladus that has the frozen ocean moon? I think Europa is famously the one that has supposed to have that. I'm pretty excited. It's not Neptune. I don't think so. If I recall correctly, Neptune has solid gases raining down onto its surface. The ice giants. An ice giant is a giant planet composed mainly of elements of heavier than hydrogen and helium, such as oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur. There are two ice giants, the solar system, Uranus and Neptune. Okay. I'm pretty excited. Even though 4.0 isn't the patch I was really beginning to test on, I think 2025 will be the year. Yeah. I do know that Uranus has a lot of gas. Not gonna put the full article in chat. Do ice giants have a surface? No, ice giants like Uranus and Neptune do not have a well-defined solid surface. It's mostly swirling fluids. While a spacecraft might have nowhere to land on Uranus, it wouldn't be able to fly through its atmosphere unscathed either. The extreme pressures and temperatures would destroy a metal spacecraft. Oh, he's right. There is a mantle. It's water, ammonia, and methane ices, with an atmosphere and a core. Its core is rock and ice. So they are technically water worlds, but like not like a gas giant, which is just completely gas. The core of an ice giant is made of silicate rock and metal nickel iron mix. It's roughly the size of Earth. Whew. He's right, but I don't think you'd be able to go into Neptune's oceans. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at from Uranus Facts under NASA Science. Interesting. I did not know that. Good to know. I'd always assumed that the ice giants was more of a, like, meant more of a, it was something different from gas giants, but it wasn't the same. It's less of a ice world and more of a liquid world. Facts about Mianus? Yes. No, Crusader is a gas giant. So Crusader is actually, fun fact, it is a theoretical reality. CIG did do a little bit of their homework. They bend the rules of physics a lot in Star Citizen, because like there's no fucking way that that Orison would exist the way they believe it is, because they said Orison is actually orbiting in the atmosphere, and that's not how fucking atmospheres work. But you know, I saw people arguing about it, but actually Crusader, there are gas giants that have breathable atmospheres. Theoretically, you can have a low mass gas giant where the upper atmosphere is breathable. Iris, I love the fact that you just been like, Paul likes purple. I'm just going to take all the purple stuff and give it to Paul. Thank you, Iris. A moist word. Moist. I like that. Yeah. How many hints that the Vanduul lore follows any analogous to history? They are heavily based off of the Huns. They're very Huns, like Western Hun. What is it called? It's like there's an X involved. I don't remember the name of them. The Chinese called them. The reason why they built the Great Wall. I mean, if the shoe fits, Paul. I like purple. The Xiongnu. Yeah, the Xiongnu. They're like Xiongnu, the Han, the like Mongolian. They're very heavily based off of steppe nomadic peoples. So, like, one of the things that a Vanduul does is once they reach of age, they're given a knife, and that knife stays with them forever. It's uniquely crafted for them, and they're kicked out of their clan, and they're sent off to create a new clan, either join a clan or create their own clan. So, like, they're exiled from their clan when they reach of age. Yeah, it's kind of like generally the nomadic steppe cultures of the Eurasia steppe. They're very heavily inspired by that. First get your facts straight, then distort them at your leisure. Yeah. So everyone needs to start a new clan or join one. The Vanduul don't just accept you. You have to prove your worth to join a clan. They are a heavily meritocracy. You only are able to join a clan if you prove that you are valuable to that clan. It sounds like the Vanduul are based off of the Han, Chinese, Roman, and steppe neighboring cultures, propaganda of steppe cultures. Yeah, to a degree. We just don't know a lot about them because they're so difficult to grasp. We know that they're very they're a meritocracy. I don't know how to put that word in another way, but yeah, they're a meritocracy where only the best leaders get to lead. But they also have a very specific code of honor internally. Externally, fuck you, got mine. But internally, they are very, very like a Vanduul might like challenge leadership honorably to another Vanduul. But if a human came in and knew all the right cultures and all the right things to say to try to claim leadership, they just stab them and leave them to die. Like, they're an honorable people, but they only give a shit about their people. Everybody else is just fucking meat. They're meat sacks that are used for resources or things to challenge yourself against. They seek to challenge themselves. They want to fight. They want to beat an opponent. They want to prove to themselves and to the fellow Vandul that they are good at what they do. The argument, the analogy that they're 40K orcs but with brains is very up there. Kind of like Ash in Pokemon, except more violence. Are there any races in lore resembling the more warlike Native American tribes, Comanche, Apache, Sioux, etc.? Yeah, the Tavaran. The Tavaran way of war is I would say very similar to a lot of the horse raiding cultures of like I want to say the Comanche of the plains, but also very similar to their main inspiration, the Japanese. They're kind of a combination of the Carthaginians and the Japanese. Obviously, Japanese is a huge influence. They don't fight like the old like analogy of honorable Bushido, where like in World War II it was like, oh, we'll kick you out of your bed, hand you a sword, and then we'll fight. That's not how the Tavaran fight. The Tavaran fight with, we're going to win by any means necessary. I'm going to raid your supply lines. I'm going to force you to pull forces away while I raid your civilians and bomb them from the sky indiscriminately. Because I know that you're going to have to be pulling your forces away to deal with me so that my main force can come strike and hit your more vulnerable positions and move along. Anything is valid in the Tavaran way of war. It's a pure, like, violence distilled into its purest form. And they see that as a noble way of fighting, because the flip side is once you are defeated by the Tavaran, if you accept the defeat, you are basically they're responsible for you. Like, you are now under their control, but you are also completely under their protection. Nothing can fucking happen to you. If bad shit happens to you, they fucked up. So it's one of those like all or nothing. Like, yeah, you go in hard, full bore. We fuck it, we ball, like instantly into this. There is no rules. Civilians completely on the fucking table. This is just war as war. But once the war is over, we good. Stop it. Everyone is now part of the same crew now.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shogi_HR just resubscribed for 10 months. Cheers to that, cheers to that, cheers to that. HSG Fina, HSGF INB.
Thank you so much, Shogi, for that 10 months to support your very important pub, very impressive persevering pedestrian. This your fault. There was one drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Where's your space whale? Soon, I'd guess. I like to see some BGS power play where you see uprisings and skirmishes from races in Star Citizen universe, not just existing in accept manner, but due to paradigm shifts over time and do activities. I would love to see that kind of stuff too. I think it will once it come in there. Bushido, so the important thing to understand, and I'm not an expert in a lot of Eastern history, but I know enough to be dangerous and to sound like I know a lot of shit. But the important thing to note is that the Bushido code of World War II Japan is not the same as the Bushido code as it existed during medieval Japan. There was a lot of propaganda, and it was a lot of sort of creating imperial Japan. It's kind of like it's analogous to the American concept of things like the noble savage or the white man's burden sort of thing, where like you create manifest destiny, like you create a fictitious idea of what should have happened, even though it never actually happened that way, because it's easier to sell your nationalism. And like, as far as I know with Tavaran culture, they never went through that process. Feudal Japan. Yeah, I call it, I know it's technically feudal Japan, but that's like a lot, yeah. So like for instance, in Tavaran culture, there is no emperor. There's no sort of like structured society around that. The structured society of the Tavaran is war. Their leader was literally called, is directly translated as warlord. So like they would rally around a warlord who is a general, a combatant, and they would fight for their group, for their specific group. More shogunate than emperor, but there's never even a concept of an emperor. The idea of political power coming from anything other than violence is completely just like removed from Tavaran culture. Even their temples, the places where they practice Rijora, are actually not really religious. They're dojos. They're gyms. They're specifically built to be huge, so you can accommodate a lot of people to beat the shit out of each other. You go to these temples, and you learn how to fight. Like, that is your religious activity. Go learn to beat the shit out of each other. Amazonian or Spartan, even. Yeah, it's very Spartan. That would probably be the closest. They take pieces from Spartan. They're supposed to be kind of like the Carthaginians, because they're like the first major opponent of the UEE, who's supposed to be space Rome. There are also elements of like Japan, of other kind of, because they're also sort of this repressed minority within the UEE. They also have some of these other groups that can pop out here and there. I achieve enlightenment through violence. The age-old adage that to a Tavaran, violence isn't the answer, it's a question, and the answer is yes. Sort of like the Klingons, except for like the Klingons have a lot more honor. The Klingons wouldn't raid a civilian outpost to achieve victory, because that would be dishonorable. The Tavaran would absolutely fuck up some kids to win a battle. 4.0 is a turning point, in my opinion. I agree. And I think that so far CIG has managed to do okay with 4.0. It's going to be interesting to see where 4.0 goes from here. I don't think there's anything that's fundamentally broken with 4.0. I think when we see 4.0.1, it should be, emphasis on should be, an improvement from 4.0, with 4.1 being the major deciding factor. So the Tavaran be like Star Citizen Mandalorians, that's probably a better reference. They're very Mandalorian coded. How long have humans had contact with them in Star Citizen? About 400 years. Now, we don't know how many Tavaran exist, but we do know that their home world, which still has Tavaran on it, is part of the UEE. So it wouldn't be so crazy to say that the vast majority of Tavaran are actually UEE, live in the UEE. So they're not really a contact situation. They are a client species of humanity, with many of them being citizens who can vote, and at least one of them being a member of Senate. How long have the humans had contact with the Vandul? Fairly recently. They're the most recent species we had in contact. 27, I want to say 2670. So it's only been about 400 or, yeah, a little less than 300 years. An annexed culture of the UEE, yeah. It's been better than 3.0 launch in 3.18 so far, so I see it as a win. The measures fell in 2792. Cool, wish we had something fun with you. I do too. This isn't a spoiler, as far as I know, but I would just setting expectations. I would not expect Tavaran in Squadron 42. But I do know that they're mentioned in Squadron 42. Did the Xi'an warn humans of the Vandul in any way? No. Then again, the Banu didn't tell us about the fucking Xi'an, even though the Banu had contact with the Xi'an for several thousand years before human. So the the Xi'an and the Banu had first contact in 1920. The Banu had spaceflight in 1920. As far as we fucking know, the Banu are the oldest spacefaring civilization. But they don't keep their fucking records, so I don't give a shit. Well, yeah, Tavaran are mostly in the army, not the navy, and that's mostly because the Tavaran are given the option since the fall of the Tavaran Empire, or the Tavaran sovereignty. And them kind of being included in the UEE. They lost their culture. The Second Tavaran War ruined their culture because after they lost the Second Tavaran War, they believed that they had failed the Rejora, that they personally had failed the Rejora, because the Second Tavaran War was a holy war. It was them believing in the principles of the Rejora would lead them to their recapture of their homeland. And they failed it, so they believed that because they personally failed it, that they did not deserve to follow it. So it was called the Purge, where they started to burn all of their holy artifacts. They burned down their temples. They burned all their records of the Rejora. Some of them were saved. So like the last major Rejoran temple is still in the Elysium system. But they became not an aimless, but a very like identityless species after the Second Tavaran War. They had lost. Like they had lost everything they thought they knew was wrong, or that they felt was wrong. They felt abandoned, so many Tavaran became effectively outlaws. So they embraced the outlaw culture. Most Tavaran are seen as criminals, not as upstanding members of society. They're seen as the people you stay away from, because they're probably either going to scam you, stab you, or do some sort of crime against you. That's their prevailing belief, the prevailing sort of representation in the UEE, as just a bunch of criminals. And as a result, they are well overly represented in the criminal justice system compared to humanity. So as a result, many Tavaran are given the option, go to jail or join the army. And many of them decide to join the army. Kind of like Native American. Yeah, no, kind of but it's also perception isn't reality in that sense. Like it's the perception of the average human is very different from the actual reality. It's just that most Tavaran live in poverty, so they have to turn to crime because it's their only means of getting money. 4.0 is going to be a mega bug fix patch. I think 4.1 is probably going to have all of the stuff we missed from 4.0 and probably monster hunting. But yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of it is going to be improving performance and bug fixes. Don't ban new contracts only last as long as both contract partners are alive the longest. Yeah, to a degree. So engineering. I think engineering is the big one. Yes. I don't know if we'll see anything else other than engineering and monster hunting. We might see some other stuff because one of the things they've been really, really looking at is scanning. But with CIG's new emphasis on performance over everything, or like to not delay releases based off of specific technologies, since they don't really need to do that anymore, we're going to probably see a lot more, hopefully, more snappy patches, and we will probably see tech being pushed rather over performance. 4.1 will just be transit refactor. I would be that if it is, it'd be great. You want to hunt Zora Magdros in Star Citizen? I don't know what that is. Man, I hope we get some Tavaran homies in Squadron 42. They're not in Squadron 42. There is a line that references them. But they reference, there's a line in Squad 42 that references them, but it specifically references the absence of them being an odd thing. There's a character who says something to the effect of, Tavaran, I've served in the as long as I've served in the Navy, I've always served with at least one Tavaran. It's weird that there's not one on Stanton. It's about the mess of what it is. I know that's a spoiler, but it's not really a spoiler. It's more setting expectations. Do not expect a Tavaran in Squadron 42. 4.1 engineering? Yes, Andrew, that's what I was saying. Gonna be the guy. Are there interspecies marriages? There is. There are interspecies marriages. But this is not Star Trek. You cannot have half human, half Tavaran babies. Fourth wall break, it's a modeling issue. It's beyond a modeling issue. It's a modeling issue. It's also just a priority thing. We do know that the Xi'an are in Squadron 42. The Xi'an and the Vanduul are both in Squadron 42, and of course humanity is. But they're just not really much of a narrative in focus. There's no point. You can already tell the main narrative focus is things like the Vanduul conflict and like stuff going on in Odin. Not with that attitude. No banging green women. Nope. .3 Nix. I think 4.2 would be what they're shooting for with Nix, but I wouldn't be surprised if 4.3 comes out with Nix. It really depends on how much work it is. This is Zoro Magdros. Oh, Monster Hunter. Okay. That'd be interesting. Come on, Lore Master. With how Chris is, you could imagine how they'd animate those feathers. So what's the Xi'an relation to humans in Star Citizen? Conflicted. To understand the human-Xi'an relationship, you have to understand the nature of humanity in the Xi'an. The Xi'an live for centuries. 4 to 5 centuries. So when they can live for a half a millennia, time moves at a different scale to them. Like actions are very planned in advance. A Xi'an doesn't do something unless they know the outcome of what it's going to be. And sometimes they can plan something that will take literal decades to actually happen. Because of their own culture being super stab you in the back. It's very sort of hierarchical and very competitive. When you're born in the Xi'an, as a Xi'an, you were born into a family. And that family has a specific place in the Xi'an Empire. And each family is subservient to a different family, and all families are subservient to the Imperial family. And the Imperial family controls everything. They decide which families get to do which jobs. Each family has a specific role that it does. And so if you are like, say, the fabric family, or like, say, like you grow flax or cotton, or, you know, making the crops that would make like fabric, that's all you would do. You might get like half a continent to do that, but you would only focus on that. But you would also be subservient to the the family that would take that raw materials and turn it into fabric. And that would be an entire half a continent or planet that would just be dedicated to just making fabric. So you could move up in the world by plotting to make your immediate superiors look like idiots in front of the emperor. So if the emperor thinks that the fabric manufacturing family is incompetent, but you, the crop growing family, are smart, you might reverse roles. So you might get the job of being a fabric and they may be moved down the length. So every every Xi'an family is trying to fuck each other. But they can't do it openly, because if you do it openly, you're seen as being a dick, and so you can even lose standing. So everything is clandestine. They're always trying to fuck each other over to try to get better positions. So because of that, when the Xi'an interact with humanity, they see chaos. Humanity is just like, you're impatient, you don't live long enough to give a shit, and every action you do is impulsive. And you're constantly openly fucking each other over. Like, how do you have a society? Like, how does your society exist in this chaotic blend of nothingness? So a species of backstabbers. To a degree, it's the Xi'an are like kind of educated to understand the importance of stability. Like, because the Xi'an's own open inner conflict destroyed their homeworld, they understand that order is more important than anything else. So even if your own machinations, your scheming of getting to a higher standing, you cannot disrupt that order. If you disrupt that order, you could potentially destroy the entire species. So, like, you absolutely need to know your place, but also try to get better. Xi'an see us the way we see the Banu. Exactly. The Xi'an culture is basically the Imperium from Dune. To a degree, yes. Astro, a long ad break after I pose my question about stockpiling minerals. You think it's a good idea for building mats or just to sell them? Right now, sell them. But yeah, for sure. Stockpiling materials is probably a good idea. Probably sometime next year, for sure. The Xi'an's life is like an HBO political drama. Yeah, to a degree. It does have a citadel, Risto. There is a citadel. Hey, welcome back, Knowledge. It's even a space station. One would say it's the last best hope for peace. It's called the Ark. It's where the Galactopedia is produced and where your star map comes from. B5 reference, really? Yes. Of the Covenant? No. The Ark Foundation is specific. It's a independent foundation that's funded by the government, by the UEE, but it is open to all species and to anyone who has access. It was even open to the Vanduul. There was an open invitation for the Vanduul to show up if they wanted to. So if you look at the Ark star map or the Ark Galactopedia, that's headquartered in the Ark. What is this about Sandy returning in some form? Somehow Sandy has returned. You were looking at the wrong person for that kind of information. How on board are the Banu and Xi'an of the Ark project? 1,000%. They are absolutely down. They actually gifted, when the Ark opened, they sent emissaries who gifted in knowledge. The Banu don't actually preserve knowledge, so they just were there. They just wanted to be. They're just there to hang out, man. they're just happy to participate. Will there be the moons of Nyx 3 in Nyx's first release? I don't know. Possibly. Insider Gaming said it must be so it must be true. The least thing I give a shit about is CIG's like upper management decisions. Whoever's running in upper management, I could give two shits about. What matters is the gameplay itself. You have a budget, you say. Banu slides closer. Yeah. Banu are my favorite species because they're not here for a long time, but they're here for a good time. They will absolutely get belligerently drunk with you and send you on some massive adventures. You might end up without a kidney, and your Banu friend may have been the one who removed the kidney when you were in a drunken stupor to sell it on the black market, but they'll feel sorry about it later. And they'll just remind you how you don't sign contracts. You're trying to get that shit in your head around this statement? If you want me to get it more simply, I don't give a shit about the drama of upper management. At the end of the day, Chris Roberts is still in charge. A lot of the people who've been there are still in charge. What really matters when it comes down to it is the game functioning? Is the game moving in the right direction? That's what matters. Does upper management have a deal with it? For sure. But giving a shit or not if Sandy is returning is like, who cares? Like, why does this matter? Unless this directly impacts the release schedule of Star Citizen, I don't care. You might end up flying through several star systems systematically, causing racers. Never drink with the Banu. Yeah. So Banu are more insane than humans. They have about half the lifespan of humans. The Banu live about as long as humans do today. A little less, actually. I think the average Banu dies in the age of 50. Remember, they're one of the more ancient species that exists in the universe. And they die like humans live into their hundreds, easily live into hundreds. Some of them lived on to like 120, 150 years old. So, in the Star Citizen universe, so. All right, I'm gonna get some water because my throat is going. Then I'm gonna do some quick capsules for release. And what's the current human lifespan in the realm of Star Citizen current year? As I said, humans easily live into their hundreds. I think the average lifespan would be somewhere between 90 and 100 years old. But there are humans that have lived into their 150. To give you context, the current head of Crusader Industries is Kelly Kaplan. She was part of Crusader Industries sometime in the 2830s. She actually developed the first Genesis Starliner. She was part of the team that developed the first Genesis Starliner. Let me look up that real quickly. Genesis. And we don't have the full release of it, but it was released sometime in the 2830s to 2840s. She was one of the lead developers of that. So she was easily in her late 20s, early 30s. Let's just say she was born in 2800. Let me see if they may actually have her birth date. Genesis. Oh, yeah, we do. She was born in 2845. She's 109 years old. She's still the CEO of Crusader. Oh, this is Pyro. Bloom. She became CEO of Crusader in 2863, by the way. Yeah, but Liara was 109.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
That's just so happens that she's 109. We knew she was born in 2845 years ago. It does exist. She, in fact, has been pressured to retire many times, but she refuses to. She's been the CEO of Crusader Industries longer than Auguste Dunlop had run the company. The founder ran the company less, but she'd been around. She knew Auguste Dunlop. Like, she personally had met him. Again, she developed the Genesis Starliner, the thing that made them the most money. I like to say Auguste because, you know, Auguste.
Genesis.
Nice, been in Bloom this whole time. You didn't know. Exactly. Yeah, we'll see some Vanduul UEE border missions, I think. I think that'll probably be the instance missions. All right, I'll be right back. She doesn't look like a day. I mean, look at this woman. This is what she looks like. That is what she looks like. This is, I think, pretty much a modern representation of what she looks like. She's 109.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
She's a witch. You got to remember the she looks 40, yeah. You got to remember the biotic core, what is it called? The character creator project. I can't remember the name of it. Persephone, I think. Anyways, the character creator is an. Thank you so much for that, Ray. Their access. Welcome everybody from Access Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Okay.
You can take away
I gotta use the restroom real quick.
You can take away my space suit.
Yeah, Project Calliope is an actual thing in
Take away
game.
my space lasers.
It's outpatient surgery where you can make yourself look like anyone at any time.
Ever take away my space.
Age
game.
is gone.
Silky68 just resubscribed for 51 months. Dance, Paul, dance.
Thank you so much for that, Silky, for that 43 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. This is your father's own drinking that stuff.
Take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
We'll talk about that here in a moment, Andrew.
take away my space game.
Access 0096 just resubscribed for 32 months.
Thank you so much for that 32 months of support there, Access. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. This is your father's own drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, chat. I'll be right back where you are. When I come back, we're going to talk about, I'm going to do a quick breakdown of what I think is coming in for the next year. And then for like a capsule, and then we'll read through the Lore Makers community questions. And I'll do that another capsule for that one as well. Sorry, my hopium is flowing. I can tell you the main thing that Nyx needs is sensors, like scanning and stealth.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel so special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Mosky Aviation just got a sub from SHOG_HR. SHOG_HR gifted a tier 1 sub to Mosky Aviation.
Weapons free, y'all. Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday.
Stand by for Titanfall.
It's your birthday. I wanna make you feel so special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Noshzi just got a sub from SHOG_HR. SHOG_HR gifted a tier 1 sub to Noshzi.
I love democracy. I love democracy. I love democracy.
Hello, I like money.
Drugs.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Weapons free, y'all.
Shogi_HR just gifted 5 subs.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot. Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
ZZin00 just got a sub from Valorant. Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Jinyong 12.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Good news, everyone.
Are we getting like a... Are people just...
Stand by for Titanfall.
Thank you for gifting those subs. I'm definitely going to turn off the sound now. Sorry about that, chat. We got bored. So Valorant gave out a community sub as a result.
Mr. Twinumnums just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 5 subs there, Chewy Dum Nums. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Brainy Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Did I not hit update? I didn't hit update. My bad.
Drinks all around.
Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday.
I do need the mission accepted.
I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
All right, let me see if we can pull it up there.
Zorsist just got a sub from Valorant. Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Zorsist.
All right. This one, right?
Mission accepted.
I also might just steal this. Everyone's got to love the iconic. That's a beam rifle. A beam saber. Here you go. There we go. That's the other one. The slashes. This is the Zaku activation sound. I think everyone remembers. I remember the sound specifically of it of Gundams turning on has also got a unique ting to it. Kind of. Delete that for now. How big is the UE in light years? It's hard to tell because we don't know where the location of each system is in space. We have a general idea, but it's not necessarily confirmed. But it does spread out to about 30 plus star systems around Earth. The Zaku, the generic ass green ones that always died, yes. The ones with the mono eye and the heat axe. They're iconic in the series. Everyone loves them. The local interstellar cloud, to a degree, yeah. You can actually go to the ARC star map. Here, I'll pull that up real quickly before we get started on this. Yes, they have Shadow Soccer.
Shogi_HR just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 5 subs there, Shogi. Hold on, that means Valorant's going to give one too. I'll give it 2. Okay.
Valorant just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you, Shogi and Valorant, I guess, for gifting those subs. You're very important, puppers, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrians. This is your fault. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The GM is the RGM 79 GM typically gets crumped by everything else. True. True. All right, so I will show you if you go to the website. Go to the website. You go to Explore. You go to the star map right here. You can actually visualize how far it is. Those are very loud, so excuse me. The arc star map. So here's Seoul. All the blue dots are UEE. These are developing systems. These are lawless systems. Red is Vanduul. Yellow is Xi'an. Green is Xi'an and yellow is Banu. I can do it in 2 dimensions because it's 3D. Give you an idea. For reference, Vega is 25 light years from Seoul, I think. So that would mean the whole star map, it's hundreds of light years, not thousands, and not thousands and not dozens. Yeah, it's pretty big. I don't know exactly the distance because jump points are interesting. Now, if I want to turn on the jump tunnels, it shows all of the jump tunnels and how they connect. So here we are in Stanton, right? So we see Stanton's jump tunnel to Pyro, and Pyro's jump tunnel to Castra, and its jump tunnel to Nyx. Nyx's jump tunnel to Toe Hill, and he goes way over here to Kellogg and way over here to Virgil. You see how far Nyx and Virgil are? It also is connected to Bremen. It's connected to Odin. And then Toe Hill's connected to Virtus, Oya, Gurzil, Hadrian. Hadrian's connected to Gurzil, which is also connected to Rayla and Kaifa. And of course, Hadrian's connected to Terra. Terra's got a lot of different places. It's got Magnus, Pyro, Stanton, Tyak, Gross, Tyrannus. Tyrannus is one of the oldest systems of humanity, and it is absolutely fucked. So do we know if the transient jump points will be unexpected locations but always connected to neighboring systems that are normally connected? I believe so, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of systems. Now, you got to remember that most of these systems were envisioned when Star Citizen was still just Freelancer 2.0. So I wouldn't expect to get all of these systems all the time. But just around, say, Stanton and Pyro, like Pyro is a huge nexus. It's got Oso, Nyx, Castra, Kano, Hadrian, Terra. Stanton's got Pyro, Terra, and Magnus. Castra's got Oya, Nyx, and Hadrian. Nyx has got Toe Hill, Odin, Virgil, Bremen, and Pyro. So you can see like kind of the spidering off of things. Now, like Oya, Gurzel, Horus, these are empty systems. These systems were part of the old, what was it called? The old, blanking on the name. Basically the border systems with the Xi'an. These four, and then Baker. Perry Line. Thank you, Axis. The old Perry Line systems. Kiel is where the headquarters of the UEE is, but like Baker is pretty empty. Horus is pretty empty. Tyak is empty. Goss, I think, has some stuff. Osiris is pretty empty. Charon is where Civil War is going on. Tyrannus is empty. Broken Moon takes place on Tyrannus, to give you an idea. So, like, empty. Let's get some stuff in it. Goss got some shit. Empty. Empty-ish. Empty. Empty, sort of. It's got some other words. Tamsa is a black hole system. That's it. Null, empty. Kinda. Mortality's not there. Oberon, empty. Vega is important. These are all dead systems because they're all Tavaran systems. Kellogg, empty. Kronos, not empty, but mostly empty. Branna is empty. Tenga is empty. Callus, I believe, is empty. Oso is sort of empty. So, like, if you notice, a lot of these systems are effectively null systems. Min is got no sun. It's empty. Hades is unique but empty. So. Do you think those Vandal systems in the far left with no jump point connections are systems that we collapse jump points? No, they just, UE knows that there's an existence of a jump point between those systems. They just don't, they know there's a system there. They just haven't been able to explore those systems because they saw the jump points open up and Vandal come out, and then they all died. Not the Vandal, humanity died. All of the Navy got absolutely shit kicked in those places. So they've never been able to explore those areas. Empty systems equals exploration, more likely for settlement. But a lot of those places are harsh to live on, if not impossible to, so it's going to be mostly resources. Those will be areas where you have a lot of PvP. But as a result, you're not going to have nearly as many like factions or developed areas. It'll be mostly places where players can play in the sort of nullsuck areas. No, but you know what I meant. There are people have to go through Pyro generally to traverse all 5 systems. Pyro will be a very heavy traffic system. Terra is as well. Terra is a huge spoke location because it goes to Stanton and to Pyro. At least with 1.0, Pyro is going to be a huge hub. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna do a capsule for the Lore Makers Community Guide stuff. It's an excess of the play space? Yes, for sure. Until we get Hadrian, it's gonna be an excess of the play space. That's why I think Hadrian is one of the first systems to be added. Magnus and Hadrian are probably going to be the big ones. Because Hadrian, if I remember correctly, is connected to Terra and is also connected to Nyx.
Dem biddies.
So if Pyro is the first major hub and Terra is the second, would that make Terra a bespoke system?
No. Do you know why I still have the players in 4.0 preview? I did not buy or rent it at IAE but still having a list of medical, along with medical terrapin and the Starlancer Max, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know. Subscribers do get a lot of those access. Yeah, so Hadrian's connected to Castra and Pyro and Terra. So if I were CIG and I was looking for trying to find a way that players wouldn't have to be forced to go to Pyro, I would create Hadrian. It allows you a long way around to go from Stanton to Terra to Hadrian to Castra, completely avoiding Pyro and Nyx. Ellis would be nice, but Ellis is going to require some work. Of the two systems that are probably will be our first fair chance planet, I'm betting Cartagena in Kano is connected directly to Pyro. Connected to Pyro, yeah. The Hadrian's a connection of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different systems. It's not the 8 that Pyro and Terra are, but it's pretty big. Do I prefer e-girls or i-ladies? Nolan, what the fuck are you talking about?
Do you want to dance?
Sorry, YouTube chat was going off for case. Thank you, Becky. Welcome everyone for Becky's stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Magnus only gets to the top to Ellis currently, I believe. Okay. Oh, y'all are talking about. I don't follow Thor much anymore. Hadrian was on the list of what systems do you want to see after Pyro in the survey from Launcher. I think Hadrian is well, I know it's not one of those that they want to see, but if you are a player who does not want to go through Pyro, you're going to vote for Hadrian. Hadrian is connected to both Castra and to Terra, and Terra is connected to Stanton, which means that you have a loop to get around Pyro and Nyx. Hopefully all those gas giants and Hadrians have moons. No, they are entirely gas moonless as far as I know. That might change a little bit here and there. But the main gameplay attraction is that Hadrian, because it is literally an old military base, has dozens, if not hundreds, of abandoned space stations. It is Space Station City, baby. So if CIG wants to do interesting, like contested zone gameplay and like asteroid-based gameplay in a non-lawless area, because it's very controlled, then that's the perfect place. What sort of system is Hadrian? It is a system with 3 planets, 3 gas giants. No, two gas giants and an ice giant. That's it. Hadrian's mind, right? No, Hadrian's gas giants. There's no terrestrial planets. Not ice giant like Hoth. It's ice giant like its core is liquid, like Neptune. No, anti-ship mines from Cold War. Yeah, it's filled with mines and defense platforms and abandoned space stations from hundreds of years of Cold War activity that have been abandoned or been deorbited and that kind of stuff. What would a sleeper system that would be cool if it was implemented tomorrow? Toe Hill. Tohill not connected to Castro? Tohill's connected to, oh yeah, that's why. So, Tohill has 4 planets. It has a small, tidally locked world. It's got a dwarf planet that has no atmosphere. It's Tohill 1 and 2. Tohill 4 is a super Earth, but it's plagued by asteroid impacts. And Tohill 3 is a ocean world. It does have land masses, but those land masses are actual botanical islands. They're islands that are made up of plant matter and mostly flowers. So flowers grew on the surface of the planet, and they died, and then they used that became the soil for more plants. And so it's basically a floating island. So not like an island that's connected to like the crust. It's just a biological island. Yeah, but Ice Giant isn't like ice. Like a giant lily pad? Yeah. Like in the air or over land, it's on water. It's an ocean world where these are islands that are floating on the ocean. The cool thing about it is that it's entirely outlaw. It's completely without any structure, but because it's such a paradise, it is a weird place where the elite, the richest of the rich, will live. They'll have like a home there on one of the floating botanical islands, and they'll rub shoulders with the poorest of the poor. So like smugglers and like wealthy businessmen will like share drinks in a bar. It is where all class divides get torn down. Space Cayman Islands. Yeah, to a degree. The landing zone's called Amidon Island. It's the largest of the islands. It's near the equator, halfway. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. In fact, this is a concept image of Tohill 3. So none of these pieces of land are actually connected to the ground. They're not like connected to the earth. They're like detached from the earth. They float with the oceans. You could go under these islands. Like if you dive down, you could go under the islands and swim through them. Not in these islands, but there are islands that are bigger where they've kind of trimmed out some of these like trees because the place is like stable enough. There are not many places, but there are plenty of these islands. And because there are some islands that you can fit smaller ships, they're covered in smugglers' dens, smugglers' hides, where for generations people have been using these islands as places where they could store illegal goods. So they could like do a dead drop effectively. So they could like bring things over, drop it off. Somebody else will come pick it up and, you know, continue it. So. Are we going to have underwater exploration in the future? At some point, yeah. Did they say how deep the planet's oceans are? No. Nassau. Yeah, very similar to that. But it's the only habitable planet in that system. Now, obviously, CIG likes to change these things up, but yeah. So I can make a floating refuel station and call it Exxon Valdez. You can Exxon Valdez these nuts at Valdez Nuts. There we go. That's where it works. Sick bird. I feel dirty doing that. All right. So, let's just do the lore makers community questions. I don't know. I want to do a video talking about what's to expect in 2024, but I also want to do that it's sort of like more formal, or 2025 to be more formal, but I don't want to put a lot of effort, like detailed effort into it. I'm kind of like flopping back and forth because I want to spend more time doing stuff with lore stuff, like, you know, the Astro Historian stuff, but I also know I need to do more videos for the AstroPub Live, which are, since I'm moving the captain's table off to its own little kind of corner. Oh. Ooh. Let's do lore makers. All right. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule, a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'd love you to come join this chat right here, talking about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. You're going to start seeing me do a lot more of these videos going forward, especially talking about theoretical topics and looking at the latest news. In 2025, I'm planning on doing some sort of like rundown of the news that I'll be posting at the end of the week on this channel, because if you have been following us, the Captain's Table podcast, which is the thing I've been doing for quite a long time, here is now going to be moved over to its own dedicated channel. Already, it's already been moved over there, so you can find all of those videos there. But for now, let's take a look at the latest release from Star Citizen at the end of 2024, the Lore Makers community questions. Tackle a little bit of lore stuff. If you want to see more of this sort of thing, make sure you subscribe to my other lore-based channel, The Astro Historian. Would love to have you there and look more in depth at these lore. But let's take a look at what CIG's writers have for us here in today. All right. Lore Makers community questions from December 24th, 2024. Welcome to Lore Makers Community Questions, a series focused on answering your lore quandaries and conundrums. We've done a deep dive through the lore Ask a Dev section and selected 10 questions to answer about Star Citizen Universe. Questions are edited for context and clarity, but you can click on the topic to go directly to the original post and conversation. Please drop any questions you might have about the universe in our Ask a Dev forum. Was the UE advocacy retconned? Question. The CitizenCon presentation showed a list of guilds for 1.0, but there was no mention about the UE advocacy. Was it retconned, or was it just not a complete list because of the screen space limitation? Answer. In the past, there had definitely been discussions about whether you could work for the advocacy, but I'm not sure if it involved making them a guild. Anyway, as the teams recently really started to flesh out the dynamic between guilds and factions that fall under them, there was a decision to avoid letting players work directly with law enforcement entities that control landing zones. You'd still be able to pick up jobs indirectly for the advocacy via factions under the Mercenary Guild, but as an entity, they would remain objective. Even on the flip side, as an outlaw, they could know you're a criminal due to your affiliation with the council, but if you haven't committed any crimes, they'll leave you alone. Okay, so one of the things that's important to understand about lore when we talk about lore of Star Citizen is that lore is not the basis of Star Citizen. Star Citizen as a game was created first. The concept of Star Citizen and a lot of these gameplay ideas come out first, and the lore has been added to justify the decisions. So the game itself has some basic foundational lore, and everything that's been added to it later is a expansion of that lore based off of what is needed for the gameplay. So if it feels like sometimes Star Citizen has gigantic empty holes in its lore, it's because it does. It's intentional because they want to let those areas sit until the gameplay teams have made a decision on something. So this is a great example. I don't think they've ever really mentioned you being able to work for the advocacy, which is the law enforcement, branch of the UEE. But the idea is that UEE advocacy isn't you can't become an advocacy agent, for instance. The most you'll be able to work for is, like, say, the CDF, which is directly under the advocacy. But that'll also be part of the mercenary guild, likely. So, yeah. All right. How does the Terra faction justify the system being so exposed to Vanduul attack? Question. The Vanduul can reach Terra with 3 jumps and pass through undefended systems. From Virgil, they can go to Nyx, from Nyx to Pyro, and from Pyro to strike Terra. How does this faction pushing for Terra become the capital of the UEE justify their system of choice being so exposed to Vanduul attack? It's obvious that having your capital so easily available for the deadly enemy strike, even from smaller raiding parties, would be incredibly unpopular, and an obvious objection from the faction arguing Earth should remain as the UEE capital. That's basically begging for a decapitating attack. While yes, it's also possible to reach Sol in 3 jumps from Caliban, an incursion would have to pass through Croshaw, a heavily fortified system, which would take an enormous difference in terms of defensibility and force projection. Before they even answer it, because I already read this, one of the reasons why that's not a good idea is because there's only 2 jumps. Sol only has 2 jump points, one to Croshaw, the other to Davian. So reinforcements would have to go through one of those systems. So if you're being attacked through Croshaw, you can't go through Croshaw to reinforce Sol. You have to go through Davian, which means you have to go around to the other side, go around through Davian to get to Sol, which would slow down things, and you'd have this bottleneck of things. Whereas Terra is a nexus of 8 jump points. So there's many different ways you could approach Terra, avoiding any sort of avenue of invasion. So they don't mention that here, but that is another reason why Terra is often cited as being a better choice than Earth as the capital for the UEE. And if you're interested more in this kind of things, we are going to be doing a lore breakdown, both a live stream on Monday, December 30th, and also a full video discussing the main story of Star Citizen, which specifically talks about Terra. The conflict between Terra and Earth, and the political conflict back and forth of who should be in the future of the UEE. What's the future capital and the future who's in control of it. Answer. Terra being 3 jumps from Vanduul space would be a lesser concern for those in the pro-Terra camp. For them, the greatest threats to the UEE come from within, like entrenched powers on Earth stymieing progress for their own self-interest / preservation. This isn't surprising, considering that the pro-Terra movement actually predates humanity's first encounter with the Vanduul in 2681. Prior to that, in 2638, Terran governor Asan Kiernan brought the pro-Terra movement into the mainstream by proposing the system secede from the UEE. Following the fall of the Mezzers, the position evolved into moving the UEE capital to Terra. This policy became the cornerstone of the Transitionalist Party thanks to the influence of Clement Renfield, who believed that the former Mezzer loyalists were more of a pressing threat than the Vanduul. If the concern is raised to a supporter of Terra, they could argue that what you already pointed out, that Sol's also 3 systems away from Vanduul space. And if such an attack comes, wouldn't it be better to fight the Vanduul in an unclaimed system that's lightly populated and developed? Better to fight in Pyro or Nyx, where there is less collateral damage and civilian deaths than Croshaw, which is also like fighting in New York City or Boston. It is one of the oldest systems in humanity, so it's like fighting in a museum. This is a good idea. So yeah, basically, for those of you who don't know that the main story of Star Citizen is going to revolve around a political conflict between the Sol system and the Terra system, or Earth and New Earth, Nova Terra, which is just simply shortened to Terra, which is a separate system and a separate planet in the Star Citizen universe because it is a natural Earth-like super Earth. It's Earth but better, is the way that the Terrans would describe it. And it's an analogous of the conflict between Rome and Byzantium, aka Constantinople, of which would become the center of power in the Roman Empire, with Byzantium, aka also in this example Terra, being a economic center, whereas Rome, aka Earth, being the traditional center of power, Western and Eastern Empire sort of thing. So yeah, this is going to be one of those things that'll be brought up a lot as we reach to Star Citizen 1.0, which is the main plot of Star Citizen 1.0. How did the Valakar migrate to Monarchs? Question. Valakar have been stated to being native to Lear 3. The Lear system was discovered in 2677, yet Valakar are on Monarchs and Pyro, which was discovered in 2493. I was wondering just how the Valakar got to and adapted to Monarchs, Pyro 2, in Pyro. Presumably, they would have been brought there by someone after 2677, since the chances of co-evolution of the exact same creature named the exact same thing on worlds separated by both space and their human discovery timeline, which seem remote and implausible. Answer. Valakar are an invasive species on Monarchs. They're much smaller than they were. They are much smaller when they're young, and thus fairly easy to transport from planet to planet. No one knows exactly how they got there. Some blame smuggling trade. Some being me. But at some point, enough got loose on Monarchs that they established a breeding population, and the rest was history. Valakar are prized for their some of their materials you can get from them. We don't know what they do in crafting or in game, but we know that they have valuable materials on them. So my theory is that the Valakar, which is the sandworm, right, as you can see here, were brought to Monarchs because Monarchs is not regulated. It is an unregulated system or planet, but has similar attributes to Lear 3. So they thought, we can bring this to a place where it has no regulations, and we can breed them in captivity and then harvest their resources when they get older. Not realizing that they couldn't do that, and it got wrong. It went way wrong. Think alligators in New York sort of thing. So yeah, it's not that difficult to think of. I don't know, invasive, a very rare species that's invasive to one area being brought by humans to another area to become a major problem in another area. What I just described could define every part of humanity at some point has done that to every part of Earth. You've probably in your own life have an invasive species of plant, bug, or some other type of insect or animal that is probably invasive to your region, which is causing problems to the native fauna and flora of your region. Lore before 2070s. Question. The last Galactopedia update mentioned that humans visited Luna, standard Earth year 1969, which aligns with real life. Duh. Are there other events that at the start of the Star Citizen in Squad 42 as the same as real life, or are the past events that happened differently? Is it safe to assume that there was a Roman Empire? The fall of the USSR? How does this existence of other privatized space companies work in lore? Are they simply renamed, or did their existence get deleted before 2070? Answer. There had been some discussions in the very early days of whether we wanted to establish a divergence in the historical timeline, previous to present day, in order to distance ourselves from seeming like we're making projections of how the future will be. As in, if we had gone to Betamax instead of VHS, would we have jetpacks by now? But ultimately, the decision was made to stick with the current historical events for ease's sake, splinter out the timeline in the future, and then chronicle our own fictional progress, as we did with time capsules. To your final question, sticking with that approach and the modern world, I would assume that there is probably a handful of privatized space companies around, but one of that catapulted to humanity's expansion is well established, RSI. I mentioned this in my complete history of Star Citizen lore, part 1, but I mentioned things like Bigelow Aerospace, SpaceX, and other companies which are pretty famous now for being privatized. But it was 2070 when RSI's first major breakthrough happens. So it's pretty clear that by the 2070s, either these private space companies have disappeared, conglomerated, RSI purchased them, something happened. to those companies because they no longer exist in lore after 2070s. They don't even exist before the 2070s, but if we assume modern day, it's still pretty distant. Forgotten Kruger Intergalactic? Question. I feel like Kruger is one of the forgotten brands, with their headquarters located in Castra, which was announced and was one of the first 5 systems, which I called. I'm wondering about the future intentions of the brand that they are offering us. Will there be new ships, components, improvement diagrams, weapons? Answer. Kruger Intergalactic, being a lesser-known brand, feels fitting because their primary business is manufacturing custom parts for other companies. They've held lucrative outsourcing contracts with Bering, RSI, and others for centuries. Only recently did Kruger begin to make their own products, and they may remain extremely selective about what products that make it to market, bearing the Kruger name. Currently, players are familiar with their ships, the P-52 Merlin and P-72 Archimedes, and the ship's weapons, Tiger Strike and Quarreler. Yet Kruger, like all other in-game companies, have more products on the market than just haven't made it to the game yet, and exist within the fiction. Regarding what might make it to the game next from Kruger, narrative can't say. The decision primarily falls on the dev team creating the assets, with the intended function and look guiding them to the right manufacturer. That said, we're excited to see what's next for Kruger ourselves. So yeah, Kruger is a parts manufacturer. That's how they were made. They've existed in fiction for a long time. They are actually headquartered originally in Magnus, and because of problems with Magnus slipping into piracy, they had to move to Castra. Fun fact, Clark Defense Systems, which makes a lot of the armor that you wear, especially if you wear like the marine armor stuff, that's all Clark Defense Systems. I think like the Orc armor is made by them even. AEP is definitely made by them. Their headquarters is Castra as well. So, I'd imagine that a lot of the subcomponents and other components that we have in game, we'll start to see the Kruger label added to them. So, all right. How does IP law work in the universe? Question. With the upcoming ability to acquire blueprints and create our own rip-off or improved versions of popular manufacturers' weapons, ships, and other goods, how does IP law work in the UEE? If I was Crusader and spent 1 billion credits designing the Hercules, I think I'd be pretty unhappy to see an unaffiliated group with a base on Hurston had assembled out of low-quality materials and even slapped our logo on it, as though we stand behind their construction quality. Will construction items be established manufacturers require some sort of license fee? Does Crusader have the ability to declare you a counterfeiter and put a bounty on your head? Or does the UEE not have any formal laws protecting such things? And it's more, if you can successfully steal the plans, if that's a them problem. They should have secured their facility data better. This was an interesting one because this is a question that comes up a lot. They actually fully answer it in a way that it does mesh with what they already have established with lore, which I'll go over here in a moment. Excuse me. The commerce laws of the UEE have evolved in the 30th century to be relatively open and have severely limited copyright enforcement. Part of this is that fabrication technology got more advanced. Companies were dealing with a flood of knockoff products that were watering down their own brand recognition, which is specifically the problem that was brought up in lore with the Pyro multi-tool. When the Pyro multi-tool was first introduced, it was super easy to manufacture. So a bunch of people made a bunch of knockoffs, and it forced Grey Cat to go into litigation for like 100 years, trying to chase down all of the knockoff manufacturers and shut them down, which became a problem. While illegal, it was extremely difficult to police. In an effort to combat this, it became more common for large manufacturers to offer official blueprints to help ensure the products met their own base specifications. In this way, fabricated products are no longer seen as counterfeit, but as equivalent with the versions made by the manufacturer. Though it should be understood that fabrication is not completely free for all. These blueprints have heavy data protection on them to prevent widespread sharing. This means for the most people, they require blueprints by purchasing them, though some are fortunate enough to receive them as a gift, or even luckier, find an unbound copy. Additionally, some blueprints may have limited use or have been locked production capabilities, limiting how frequently they can be used. Overall, though, most of the general population, i.e. 90% of the people who are not players, are content to purchase items rather than attempting to print them for themselves. Sure, you can make a Wham burger at home, But rather than having to source all the ingredients, it's much easier to head down to the local chain and just buy it. This is even more so for the case with items as complex as a ship. Obtaining all the resources is quite involved. Worth it for anyone who really wants to find control over the final product, but most civilians in the verse, buying direct from the manufacturer is the obvious choice. So, effectively, you need to have a huge amount of using an economic term, the cost to enter the market is massive, and the risk to enter the market is also massive because you're competing against the actual product. So people are going to go to an authorized dealership to buy a ship rather than you, and they're taking a major risk of buying it from you. So it's like, do you want to go buy the name brand product or the knockoff product on Temu? You're buying on Temu, you're going to take some risks, but you can still do that for a lot of products. So this allows for gameplay, obviously, but there's also some things in here we can pull out for gameplay. For instance, we didn't, this is implying that there may be limited use blueprints. Like some blueprints may only be able to be used every so often. Like you can only produce one ship every week or every day or every other day. So there may be some limited limitations to your blueprints in game as well, based off this lore. This is another way of looking at lore, is because lore is a lot easier to write than it is to, it's a lot easier to write than it is to produce the gameplay for it. Often the lore is written in conjunction with the planning of the actual gameplay and is able to be released before the gameplay. So it seems as if the lore is creating the gameplay, when in reality they're both created at the same time. It's just one person writing a story doesn't take nearly as long as building, crafting as a gameplay loop. So, yeah, basically they solve the problem by giving official blueprints, which makes it easier for people to produce things, and allows them to have a standardized partnership sort of thing. Argo ATLS acronym meaning. Question: the names of Argo vessels and models correspond with acronyms. MOL, multi-operator laser extractor; MPUV, multi-purpose utility vehicle; RAFT, reinforced advanced freight transport. So what does ATLS mean? Answer: ATLS equals assisted transport and loading system. Nice. Figuring out these Argo acronyms are always fun to exercise. Credit for this one goes to John Crew. Good job, John. Question: from the descriptions, Nyx 1 seems to be a very similar planet to Monarch's Pyro 2. Both are coreless planets that were heavily mined shortly after their respective systems' discoveries and subsequently abandoned, which led to many of the former mining bases being taken over by outlaw gangs. But in what ways does Nyx 1 plan to be different from Monarch's, apart from having more greenish color of rock, as shown in the concept art images from CitizenCon 2954's outline of the road to 1.0? Answer: there's definitely going to be more info coming that players can expect with Nyx as development continues on the system. Even though both Pyro and Nyx are independent systems beyond UEE's borders, the hope is that each will have its own unique feel, with Pyro showcasing life under outlaw rule and Nyx a more brutal life on the frontier. While we don't want to go into specifics beyond that right now, I do want to confirm that there will be incoming adjustments made to the existing available lore, like galactic guides. This will be the case for all future systems too, as they're in active development. Much of the lore as it exists now was crafted before gameplay had a chance to be refined. As Richard Tyler described in Stars My Destination presentations at CitizenCon, many of the planets in our system have been described as desolate and depleted to align with development expectations at the time. However, our ability to populate worlds has progressed significantly since then. While we will still have barren worlds to trek across, many of the planets will become richer and more memorable experiences for players to explore. A good example of this is the evolution of planets in Pyro. Now, if you follow my lore content on the Astro Historian, I actually did a video specifically on this, where I described what the change was and how landing zones, like landing on planets, was never planned in Star Citizen. It was planned as a post-release feature. And once it became a major feature, obviously they had to make the landing zones, the planets, meaningful. They had to make fun gameplay to happen on those planets. That doesn't mean that every planet is going to be bursting with life. They're still going to have barren planets, as they said. But it's important that I always like to say is the theming. And Pyro was always sort of this hot planet with its main gimmick, its main gameplay idea was that it had these flare stars that would burst out and take you down. Nyx, it's in the name. Nyx is the goddess of night. So it's at the edge of this dark nebula, which is said to mess with sensors. So it's very difficult to get data from, like to use modern sensor technology and scanners to be able to find things that are that far away from you, which is the reason why Nyx itself was used as sort of a refuge for political dissidents from the Messer era, because it was hard to get detection in there. So even if you wanted to find where they were, it'd be much more difficult to find them. So they were just mostly ignored. But I do expect that theme of sort of political dissidents on the harsh edge of the frontier to continue to be there. But I do not expect them for the planets to be exactly as they are now. I doubt we're going to see it not be a dark nebula, though. All right, we're almost done here. We got 2 more. The presence of Imperator Addison. For those of you who don't know, Lolani Addison is the current Imperator of the UEE, meaning she is the head of the UEE, the elected dictator of the UEE. Question: will we get an updated model of her? Since the character creators greatly improved since the campaign photos, I was wondering if the UEE would be addressed sometime in the future by her with the updated model using her improved FOIP system. Answer: definitely. We're actually discussing plans earlier this month to give Addison more of a presence in the fiction, as her administration has been a little quiet as of late. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Addison has had a bunch of things earlier around her election in 2950, but we haven't seen much of her since then. Little things here and there, but not much. Where did the name for the Ponos boots come from? While playing with a friend, we quite by chance found a boots named Ponos, which translates in Russian as diarrhea. So I wanted to know if the appearance of the boots is the same name was originally planned, or is this some sort of joke by a Russian-speaking developer? Answer: to provide a peek behind the curtain, we get the names. The names when items get a narrative pass, 2 or 3 potential names are pitched. I'm going to make a joke about how CIG can't name anything. Whoever makes those choices, Chris, needs to learn better. Then narrative leads review and pick their favorite based on what sounds or feels right for the brand. Okay, so it's not Chris. It's narrative leads. Narrative, please get better at naming things. In case of the Ponos boots, the name was pitched was because the ancient Greek for toil, labor, hardship. So Ponos, I think Ponos. Just like my Latin and Greek is rusty at best. Felt like a fitting name considering their rugged work boots meant to withstand whatever labors you put them through. The Russian meaning is not intended, but very funny. Hey, it works. All right. So that is the Lore Makers questions. Specifically, what it's called. It's called the Lore Makers Community Questions. I'll be covering all of these sort of announcements every week. So if you enjoy this sort of content, to kind of go through and get a detailed analysis of everything that CIG releases, I do this. You can join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live to join chat here in our discussions about these sorts of news, lore, and more from the Star Citizen universe. Love to have you come here. If you did enjoy this, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button to be notified, or hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the bell icon to be notified when this release. And as always, let me know in your comments below what you think about any of these things. And check us out on youtube.com/TheAstroHistorian for more in-depth analysis of any of these topics. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I'm still here. I just was doing this sort of thing. AX, you asked something? Oh, Zero was here. We got rated by a couple people. Ferrisalt and Zero State. Welcome, everybody. We were just going through my capsule, which is sort of like YouTube recording stuff. How you doing, Zero? How you've been dealing with 4.0? You've been muddling through? Oh, you didn't message me on Discord. Oh, I see that. You asked me out before Christmas. Question, what's the lore around the tracked turrets? Nothing really. I mean, if you want to go crazy, the tracked turrets actually go back further. It's not just RSI, it's Aegis. The Javelin has tracked turrets. It has the same sort of track pathway. And that was built in the 2690s, I want to say. 2690 was when it was released. So it's a common design feature in that has been the case for hundreds of years in the UBE. My guess is that it's actually not a design feature specifically made by any of the manufacturers. Because we were talking about Kruger, it's probably a Kruger invention. It's probably a bespoke invention by Kruger that they sell to different companies to use them. Javelin's not an RSI ship. It's Aegis, yeah. I just found it weird that all the same. What is it called? Identical parts, replaceable parts. The idea of having a system that is pretty much uniform between a bunch of different systems, it isn't unusual. It means it's easier to replace in the field if things break. The meta answer is because they can use the same system they already developed. So they can just slap it on there, so like the animations and everything can be recycled. But the in fiction lore example could easily just be it's a system that's was built by a company that they just license out to other companies. Yeah, it's also on the Ursa. 2025 talk is next, right? I mean, I'll record it. This will be probably more off the cuff though. Is standardization. Interchangeable. Thank you. That's the name of it. Interchangeable parts or standardization. Oh, and you asked me for the thoughts about Void Crew. I haven't played it since its beginning, so I couldn't tell you. I guess Zero rated and ran. All right. I'm going to record this. I'm going to do it as a capsule, but it's definitely going to be more off the cuff. CIG uses a lot of Greek words. For example, castra is fortress. I believe castra comes from Latin. For it's a Roman fallback position is what castra is called. Or what they called castra. It may be derived from Greek because a lot of Roman shit is just stolen from Greek, but yeah. It's because of a lot of reasons. Most of it because the Messers love to LARP as Romans. All right. Castra is Latin for fortress. Yeah, but it's not like a frontline fortress. They have different. I have studied Latin enough. Again, I took a couple classes in Latin. I'm not good at it, but I know that Roman Latin has a fuck ton of different words for walls. or like war, like Wirum. Wirum is like man, it's arms, it's army, it's life. There's like a lot of different, like one word can mean a lot of different things. So, and Castra is like, there's 100% of like different forts, different names for forts and fortress and fort and outpost and that kind of thing. Castra is one, which is where we get the word, or castrum is where we get the word castle from. Yeah, just a simple Google search, it says castrum was a military-related term. It meant fort, but it could also mean camp, military base, fortress, marching camp. It meant a lot of different things. So we say something like, for instance, there's castra stavita, which is permanent, a castra astiva, which was like a summer camp, castra Hibernia, which is a winter camp, Castra Navilia, Castra Nautica, or Castra Navy camp or fortress. So there's different words like that. It was just like, it was like camp or fort or base. It's that sort of mainline word. Everyone makes the joke of you have a number of words for snow. Meanwhile, modern English has how many different words for bread? Yeah. It generally connotates a place with a bunch of armed dudes and some walls. And then you have to be more specific in terms of what type of castra. So Castra, being named Castra, would be kind of like calling a planet base. This system is called the castle system. Or no, the fort system. Okay. Fort what? Fort. It is camp system. This is camp. This is military camp. Both Ford and Kaiser both made GWP in World War II. Fort of Forts. First of its name. What are the different landing zones in the Terra system? The main one's called Terra Prime, which is the capital of Terra. And then there's New Austin. There's Nova Kiev. There's, I can't remember the name of it, but it's Kazi. It's a region called Kazi. And I want to say there's at least one or two other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head. There's at least 4. Nova Kiev is Anvil's headquarters. New Austin is Origin's headquarters. Kazi or Quasi is the colder, I think southern, maybe northern pole. It's a colder region of Terra, and Terra Prime is the capital city. It's huge. To be fair, we named our planet Earth. Technically, we named our planet Terra. The English just started calling it Earth because Terra doesn't mean the same thing as Earth, like dirt. Those are the 3 we know of on Terra Prime. But Terra Prime is actually like the capital city. And the planet is just called Terra or Nova Terra. I don't think you'll be able to set up any bases on Terra or Earth. They will be almost entirely off limits. You could probably buy like warehouses or like residences on those planets, but they're not going to be for org bases. You know where Sol and Earth are? Yeah. I'll pull it up again. Here we go. So here's Sol. Right here. These are all the jump points. Sol has 1 to Croshaw, 1 to Davian. And we know Terra is over here. Here's Terra. And this is Sol. So to get between Terra and Sol, you can go to Magnus, Ellis, Killian, Davian, and Sol. Or you can go Davian, Killian, Ellis, Magnus, Stanton, then Terra. Because this is supposedly, like, back when jump point sizes mattered, this was a small jump point. Or a medium jump point. So not many, not the larger ships couldn't get there. We don't know how that's going to change in the future. My preferential, what I would love to see CIG do is to change that to being more of a ski slope style, where like difficulty. So like between Pyro and Stanton is like medium. So like not hard, but not impossible. So like the larger the ship is, the harder it's going to be to get through it, but you can still get through it, but with maybe some damage. But like large are just like huge areas, so it's easy to travel through. So like more like easy, intermediate, difficult. Star map sounds, yes. Isn't Terra Latin for ground though? No, not that I remember. Terra is like a specific type of ground. Because like earth is different. Like the soil you use is different. I don't remember, like I said, my Latin isn't perfect, but I do remember that like soil that you till is not the same as terra. Marines is all you need to know about Killian. Just don't fuck with Killian. That sounds better than small, medium, and big, the jump system they pitched. Yeah. In most Romance language, Earth is Terra in some form. Yeah. Later, knowledge. It was the GWP, Jeep, was contracted by multiple companies. So in Star Citizen, that tracked turret must be maybe multiple companies make companies' ships makes sense. Yeah. Like I said, we were talking about it earlier, but in the Lore Makers community questions, but the thing with the stuff. Kruger is a parts manufacturer, so I wouldn't be surprised if they made specialized parts specifically with that rail system that they could like scale. Will Terra Prime have many districts? It used to, like there used to be in a full like transit map you could see of the districts. They had a lot of places. It was huge. That was also before Star Citizen became what it is today. Hey, if you want to get the Marine, if you want to try to get to the Marine planet, be my guest. Yeah, if you want to die. There's an entire fucking fleet that patrols that planet, including its own Bengal carrier. You get past that, you get to the planet. The planet is an ice ball. It's barely habitable. You will freeze to death on that planet. The way that Marines train their new recruits, the first thing they do is give them some supplies and say, survive for a week. I don't even think it's a week. They just survive on the surface. If you can survive on the surface, we'll bring you in and we'll begin training. Good luck. So your number one job is to not die. If you can not die for a certain amount of time, we will let you into the Marines. Marines have not changed in thousands of years or hundreds of years. They will understand when I drop in with my crayon drop pod. So Bridgeport and or Fuji, easy. Yeah. If you survive long enough, they bring you into their underground base, which is as far as I can tell, the entire fucking planet is a giant underground base that the Marines control. And then you learn how to be a Marine in that base. Unless you're a Marine, you have not seen the inside of Killian. There's a handful of people who've ever seen the inside of Killian outside of the Marines. It is one of the most closely guarded secrets of the UEE. But these are Star Crayons, release date TBD. This honestly sounds like a fun loop. Go through recruit training. Tree 0311, another Marine, likes to think that one of the main offshoot games that Star Citizen's going to make is called Sixth Platoon, which is one of the Marines, which would probably include training on Killian. As part of like the introduction missions. Here you get nothing to support you, and no one will help you to no one will help you. Don't die in this ice ball. Good luck. We'll be back in a week. Almost certainly they do track people. Like, I don't think the Marines let people die on the planet, but it's probably easy for them to track people where they're going, but they're not going to help you. They're just going to watch you and make sure you don't die. I wouldn't be surprised if they actively fucked with their recruits. Oh, you found a cave. Congratulations. Let's fill this cave full of deadly toxins. Let's see if they're finding out well before they pass out. Oh, congratulations. You've built yourself a lean-to. Would be a fucking terrible thing if we sent a flight of F-8s over that would knock over that shitty little lean-to you have to just knock it over. If they have to help you, you get sent home. Yeah, basically. One of the few groups of people who actually have access to Killian is the search and rescue teams. UEE and civilian search and rescue teams are often invited to go train on Killian with the Marines. Civil equivalent of the Air Force, air rescue, pararescue, and obviously like the corpsmen. But also like just regular civilian search and rescue teams are often invited there. Yeah, you don't join the Marines. You're chosen by the Marines. Because all recruits get pulled into one big pile. So you go to a forge, and that forge is where you get separated out into the different places you go to. So you decide to join the military, and then the military decides where you would be best placed. The Navy, the Army, or the Marines. You can choose Navy or Army, but the Marines will pick out the best of the best recruits. Has there been any news on the medic role? Not for a bit. Without spoiling too much, I think I heard you say you accidentally spoiled yourself from Squadron 42. Sorry about that, mate. It's all right. How long is the scope? How large is the scope of Squadron 42? Zooming in, how large is the scope of just episode 1? Is it like you and your team on an Idris doing small stuff the whole episode, or do you join a larger squadron in the line rather than maybe what I've seen before? So the story of Squadron 42 is you can think of it as an arc. There is an overarching, the first act is its own arc in the sense of like narrative arc. There is a beginning, middle, and end. there are two major arcs inside of this first episode. The first arc is your training arc, which is, we've already seen the first part, which is the prologue, but that's just part one of like 3 parts. So once you get through your training and you actually get assigned to the Stanton, the next act is the Stanton arc, which we've already seen parts of it where you go to Odin and a bunch of other things like that. But that has its own story. There's a full story that's told in the Stanton arc. It's not like little vignettes or anything like that. You do have some missions, that kind of option side mission stuff, but it's a full narrative story from beginning to end. And it's you with your crew on the Stanton. And beyond that, I couldn't tell you because it gets fuzzy after that, because the stuff that was released and leaked is around that area. But we're not looking at like broad sweeping things. The only thing I could say is, which is a guess, is the game's called Squadron 42. So I assume you join Squadron 42 at some point. Oh, there's an Air Force person who said that who said the new gameplay got emotional when she saw the motto for the Second Fleet, so others may live. It's the Air Force Pararescue motto, yeah. How big will the playable area of Terra Prime be? It's going to be massive. The workaround for not being able to spawn on a ship in your hangar is hitch a ride to another location and reclaim the ships from the location you're unable to spawn. Yes, that is true. That is how you fix that problem. Think about Aurelia. Oh, yeah, Aurelia. I was saying, who's this? Of course it's Aurelia. So those of you who don't know, Aurelia is a Star Citizen content creator. She's been a Star Citizen content creator for many years, but she's also an active duty Air Force officer. So she has been on duty for the last year, deployed. So she has been unable to stream and do content for a long time. Given past games, you'll probably join Bishop's fleet as you go through missions. Well, you were part of the Second Fleet originally. Aurelia, yeah. She's Ukrainian, yep. She is a Ukrainian. I don't know if she's an American by birth, but she's Ukrainian by blood. How much will they keep in Terra from pre-Planet Tech Terra? Probably a lot of it. The major thing that's going to change is the cityscape is probably going to change from where it was before, because before it was bespoke, and I think they're going to just make it more proc gen. She watched the prologue and was reacting to the first time. Yeah, because she's been away. She wasn't able to even watch this stuff when she was in duty. So that others may live. Motto of combat search and rescue units in the U.S. military. Yeah, I remember it's pararescue was mentioned for it. I remember some people mentioning there was a weird thing for a combat squadron to have the motto for, because it is usually a search and rescue motto, but. Squadron 42 is the only squadron in the Second Fleet. I don't believe Squadron 42 is the only squadron. It's the most famous squadron, but Reaper Squadron was mentioned. I want to say that the Black Crows are part of the Second Fleet as well. Let me look them up. $214th. To give you a concept, specifically in 2932, so not too long ago, the Bravo flight, which is the Black Crows of the 214th, were assigned to the UEE battle group on the UEN Typhon in Vega. So if the Vega system, which we see the second fleet, is because we know how fleet structures work in the UEE, this Vega would have been under the control of the second fleet. Like that is their main fleet operations. So if the Typhon was part of the Vega system in 2932 and the 214th were attached to it, it means that the 214th is also a second fleet squadron. So. Will Sherman be bigger than New Babbage? Could be. I mean, probably the playable area will be bigger for sure. Pararescue, Coast Guard rescue swimmers, and Canadian SAR techs. Oh yeah, I know. I remember the So Others May Live is a coasty thing. Yeah. Good night there, Velocity. All right, let's go over the this ad hoc thing. I'm gonna close this off real quick. Start the music again. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. This is going to be an off-the-cuff one. Let me know if you like these sorts of things. This is more of me sort of talking with chat, sort of laying out something. This is more of a theory crafting video, so keep that in mind. Everything I'm about to say is done with the best of intentions, and I'll probably have some stuff that'll pop up on the screen that I'll edit together to sort of reference some of this stuff. But the big question that's on a lot of people's minds now that 4.0 is out is what is in store for Star Citizen in the coming year. 4.0 is a major patch. It's in its preview stage, which basically means CIG hasn't fixed everything and hasn't released everything yet for 4.0. So they do want to release 4.0 officially a little bit later. It effectively is still buggy. It has problems, but they wanted to let people be able to go back to the older versions of the game, 3.24, if they wanted to continue playing for a more stable experience. Once it's actually officially launched, which will probably be sometime in January or February, 4.0 is really the baseline of the future of the game as they've laid out in things like the 1.0 roadmap. So what is 4.0 going to evolve into in the next year? The first thing I want to say right now, which is something I've heard a lot of people saying, is, are we getting 1.0 right after 4.0? No, you will not be getting 1.0 right after 4.0. There's going to be several 4.0 patches, 4.1, 4.2, and so forth and so forth, which will iteratively add new content. CIG in the letter to the chairman, which is another video I did on that a little bit earlier, specifically mentioned that they don't want to tie technology to a specific patch anymore. So they're just going to release it when they release it, but each patch is going to have a definitive thing of sort of content, storylines, missions, those sorts of things that they'll release every major patch cycle, with technology coming when it's ready. So with that in mind, what's in charge? Well, the first quarter of 2025 is likely going to be 4.1, released sometime in March, around March. And my theory is it's mostly going to be engineering. The stuff that was cut from 4.0, it'll probably be the major content that's released. And after that, we might see, with 4.1, we might also see the Monster Hunter missions, because CIG did say that those missions were going to be out soon. And based off of my discussions with CIG staff, a lot of that stuff is ready to go. probably, and that's within 3 months, more than like within 6 months of the, well, 5 months of CitizenCon. I wouldn't be surprised if the Valakar mission was added to Pyro in 4.1. It could have some other issues which may delay its release, but I can see that being at least the design to shoot for it. So first half, mostly going to be patching up 4.0, adding content which was stripped from 4.0 into its own patch, maybe some mission stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the return of the Siege of Orison, because Siege of Orison usually comes around this time. And I'd be very interested in seeing Siege of Orison with the new server tech. A dedicated instance version of Siege of Orison would be very fun to play, I think, but we'll see. Now, what's after that? 4.2, quarter 2 of 2025. That is the Invictus patch, so it'd be hard to tell exactly. I think for sure we can suggest. I can venture a guess the Perseus will probably be out by then, so it's like May or June of 2025. Probably some more mission content, obviously, and I'm going to caveat this with, I think this is CIG's goal, but it's not been stated by CIG yet, so it's not official. And by saying this is their goal, I mean that this is probably their internal goal, and it's probably going to miss it. But I wouldn't be surprised if CIG is aggressively trying to get Nyx out by that time. If that sounds aggressive, it probably is, especially with CIG having to do a lot of work to fix up Pyro. But as was mentioned in the monthly report, the letter from the chairman, I wouldn't be surprised if the content that was, or them doing Nyx would end up being like a preview, where people could play Nyx in a preview test to see if the things were working right, and maybe kind of in a, like kind of we have a 4.0 preview now, it's kind of like a side thing where players can sort of enjoy it as the next patch to sort of work out some of the bugs and play with the new locations while it's still being worked on and being maintained. Though I do think that Nyx is likely going to release in quarter 3 of next year. Now, this leads us to quarter 3, which is summer, and it's important to note this. Summer for CIG ends in September. So when CIG says something is in quarter 3 or is in summer, that doesn't mean it's in July. It means it's in, at best, August, more likely September. So late August, early September, probably Nyx. I think that would be something that would be reasonable. For those who don't know, Nyx is mostly made up of a handful of planets. I think it's only like 2 planets. And an asteroid belt where the main landing location is, which is Delamar, the big asteroid Delamar, specifically the landing zone known as Levski, which we've had in the game for a while now, or in the past, and it was removed until it was going to come back in the future update. And one of the biggest things that CIG struggles with when it comes to new systems, now that server meshing is in, or new locations, is the landing zone. That usually takes the most effort and time because they have to do a lot of bespoke assets, very specific building of new things, and they don't have to because it's already there and has been updated routinely for the last 6 years or so. I think it was removed in, probably wrong with this one, it's 2020. I'll put the date here if I was wrong. I think it was removed in 2020, and it was, when it was removed, it was still being updated. They were still adding medical facilities to it and lighting for its habitation modules. So I would 100% expect Nyx to be coming next year, and the likely time frame would be quarter 3. With Nyx, I think the other big addition will be scanning technology, the new scanning system, possibly even the quantum system, though I don't know about that one because there's not been a lot of updates on that. But there has been multiple updates on scanning, which includes stealth and how the new scanning system will work, has been mentioned multiple times in the monthly reports. It's been hinted at by the release of things like the Cutter Scout and the update of the Terrapin. A lot of these assets seem to be being updated because CIG wants to release scanning, and those are some major scanning ships which need to get updated, including the Carrack, which also got its update. You'll notice how all these ships getting these updates usually is corresponding well with this sort of development of scanning in the back end, which I said monthly reports. And if you want to listen to those monthly reports, we'll have those on the video format as well. Let's see, Q4. As Q3 is also the CitizenCon update. It's right before CitizenCon, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw other ships like the Ironclad. Obviously, there'd be more ships coming in there other than those two, but those are probably the bigger ones that people are looking forward to. And with post CitizenCon, we're probably going to see with Q4, we're probably going to see base building. So either Q3 or Q4, we'll probably see base building, the first version of base building, because they did say they wanted to get that done. And I wouldn't be surprised if Nyx and base building were sort of not tied together, but sort of connected, if not earlier. And we're not talking about space stations. We're talking about a couple of shacks and maybe some mining extractors, sort of barely basic, base building and a crafting system, with the BLD being released to like have some variety there. And the other thing is, I think at least in preview, we will see Castra. We may not see it full release in Q4, but almost certainly we'll see a preview of Castra before the end of the year. And as far as what's going to be happening in CitizenCon, I couldn't tell you. My guess would be Squadron 42 focus, since that's supposed to release in 2026, but we'll have to see. That is my expectations of the bare bone basics, because we just don't have a lot of information that what CIG is working on. To kind of recap real quickly, I think we're going to get engineering. We're going to get the Perseus and the engineering first quarter, a lot of fixes. Second quarter, we're going to get the first Perseus with Invictus and maybe Nyx. Third quarter, almost certainly Nyx with scanning technology, with new scanning and sensors updates. And fourth quarter, probably a preview of Castra with base building as well. Oh, and the Valakar and the other missions in the Q1. So pretty bare bones outlook. I wouldn't expect anything more than that. In fact, even some of those things you might want to kind of tear back on. But as the monthly, I keep saying the monthly report, as the as the letter from the chairman said, their focus is more on playability. So they'll be adding more mission varieties, things like the Overdrive mission and the, say, Stanton mission chain. They want to add more of that content into the game. So hopefully we'll see more of that as we go through, but we don't know what it looks like yet, so I couldn't tell you. But probably every patch will have some sort of mission chain like that, which sounds good. Anyways, let me know if you think about this format. If you did enjoy this, let me know in the comments below if you did enjoy this. And if you really enjoyed this, think about hitting that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when it's released. Thank you for watching. Please join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live, and join chat here discussing these sorts of things. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Sorry about that. Welcome. Now, Hikimori raided. How you doing, Hikimori? Thanks for that raid. You better subscribe. What are you up to? Sleepy raid. Sleepy raid. Aren't you always sleepy, though? Merry Christmas to you, too, there, Great Wolf. No summer ends in December. Reference 4.0 came out in December. Jared promised it would come out in December. QED. Yes. I can. Oh, yeah. This is some of those. Paul, summer ends in December. Reference 4.0 came out in December. Jared promised 4.0 would be in summer. QED. Summer, yes. Castra Q2 2026. I think that's the more reasonable. Yeah. Castra it has Invictus written all the fuck over it. Like Invictus from now on is going to be Castra. The only other place I could see Castra being Invictus being held is in freaking MacArthur. I'm looking at the list here I've got here. Keel, the Keel system. Oh, is that Keel? There's Keel. There's Severus. Is it not Keel? Then it's got to be... I always get Keel mixed up with... Killian. It's Killian. Look at these names, chat. We've got the first sister, the second sister, the third sister, Killian. And then we've got Killian 2 is called Magma. Killian 3 is called MacArthur. And Killian 4 is called OSHA. There's a joke here about MacArthur, Magma, and OSHA with 3 sisters. Somewhere in this. Invictus 2026, Sherman, and Squadron 42, at least it's after CitizenCon. I could see, like, honestly, a February or March release of in 2026 would be not a bad idea. Because that's like end of Q4 for most people. So there's a lot of games that come out around that time. So if people are trying to avoid GTA 6 release, they would either release before or after that. So anywhere between February, March of 2026 and like June of 2026, I think would be a good release. I think a May or June release of Squad 42 would be perfect because it would come out when nobody else is coming out with games. And which would give it a lot of breathing room. So Q3 2026 Squad number 2, possibly. Do you think OSHA is extra safe? OSHA's the safe date, Magma's the hot date, and therefore MacArthur is the idiot date. Ouch. Do you see their announcements that they're going to do for the future mission certs? They're going to be coming out of system so we can all be OSHA certified. So this is fun, but the issues are setting me back a bit. Back a lot. Full point of preview is, yeah. Yeah. It is what it is, unfortunately. Good night, Les Graham. What about generals with last names beginning with M? Sherman is an S. Ooh. Grant's a G. Never met Mattis, but I mean Amos. Wasn't Mattis Mad Dog? I had heard he's a character. It looked out for us well. I heard he was that sort of guy. Your ops chief was him in Sierra. Q3 2027 Terra. Yeah, I could see Terra coming out in 2027, like Q3 or Q4 2027. Terra is a significant update. So I don't know how quickly CIG could do Terra, because I think they really, when they add Terra, I would expect Terra to be the last thing they add before 1.0, which means they're going to have to get a lot of stuff in, which they just haven't talked. Like, for instance, dynamic meshing, not been, we don't have any update on that. We don't have any update on hacking, on bounty hunting, on passenger transport, which I think is supposed to be post 1.0, but we'll see. There's a lot of stuff we don't know about with the game as it is. I think the latest rumors GTA 6 might slip from fall 2025. If so, later in 2026 might be better for Squadron 2. Plus, let's be honest, we're talking about CIG here, so March is the plan. March is the plan, yeah. November will be the reality. Based off of the discussions I've had with people who've actually played Squadron 42, they said, a lot of them have said it is it's not bad. It's what they're currently at is more of the trying to make it run on all the systems sort of situation. They're pretty confident they can get it done in a year, but they didn't want to say 2025 for a lot of different reasons. They never confirmed explicitly that it was GTA, but with people like myself screaming, "Don't fucking release this near GTA," dear God, I'm sure they were smart enough to know that. So. Yeah, multiple people I talked to have all said that, you know, it was definitely planned for a 2025 release, but something happened which caused them to push it back, and it wasn't technical. Well, I'm a little concerned about Planetech V5, because every kind of reference to Planetech V5, they've basically said it's not in development, which is confusing. Like, I don't know what the fuck we need a more of a concrete idea of what Planetech V5 is and when it's coming out, because they have been back and forth. I thought it was going to be piecemealed in, like how they kind of laid out, like step 1 through whatever. But then they said, oh yeah, step 1 isn't even in development. Like, what the fuck are we doing then? In your opinion, which comes first, Soul or the Endeavor? The Endeavor. Do you think Squadron 42 has a chance that game of the year? Depends on what it's going up against. I don't think it necessarily has a chance of becoming game of the year, but I do think it has a chance of having a outsized impact compared to what it is. I've compared it to Baldur's Gate 3 in the same way that Baldur's Gate 3 came out of nowhere and surprised everyone, but it was there's a lot of things that match up with Baldur's Gate, because Baldur's Gate is a super niche title. Like, I play D&D, so I knew what Baldur's Gate was, but not everyone knew what Baldur's Gate was as a game. So Baldur's Gate 3 seems like a really weird game to jump in on when you haven't played 1 or 2. But 1 or 2 is a very different game from Baldur's Gate 3. So it had a core following that was always going to purchase it because people had been waiting for a Baldur's Gate game forever. But when it came out, it also released at a time when there wasn't a lot of other games out. And so it was able to get a lot of social media buzz. And that social media buzz built into more sales, and more sales meant it could sell more. It also had the advantage of being in beta for like 2 years. So people were actively playing it and working out the bugs for it well on its early development. Again, similar to Star Citizen, or Squadron 42, because Squadron 42 and Star Citizen share a lot of the code base, so a lot of the same bugs are going to occur on both games. So if, and they already have a small cadre of people who are going to purchase it already or have already purchased it. So the question becomes, with Squadron 42's release, can it cross over enough into the mainstream populace to get people interested? And the answer is, I think yes, especially with IGN's, like when they posted the preview, the prologue on their YouTube, a lot of people seem to be interested suddenly. In fact, one of the funny parts was someone commented on that. It's like, it's so weird to see people so positive about Star Citizen as a comment on the IGN video. And below it, right below it, someone said, because this isn't Star Citizen. So Squadron 42 doesn't have the brand baggage that Star Citizen does, because it's a completely different title. So CIG could sneak people into playing Squadron 42 who already hate Star Citizen or think Star Citizen's a scam, and then later realize it's the same fucking game. And it hit that Dragon Age Mass Effect character interaction that a lot of people liked, BG3 that it is. Yeah, and I think Star Citizen or Squadron 42 has the ability to hit that Mass Effect vibe. Like, don't tell me you didn't watch that and go, oh, this feels very Mass Effect. There's definitely some Mass Effect vibes there that people could pick up on, and there's just not been a good Mass Effect game in a long time. So. Just Q3 2025. I could see that. I don't see CIG holding the interest back just because of Squadron. I think they've been saying that for a while, but you know, it sounds like more backers to me. Well, that's the thing. I think that there's, I'm going to wrap this up here because I got to get some sleep, but I do think that there's, I've been theorizing for a while that there's going to be 3 camps of Star Citizen fans. Camp 1 is people who like Star Citizen and despise Squadron 42. There's already a number of them probably in this chat or watching this after the fact already. People who just do not like the idea of Squadron. They're not interested in single player games. They're just sort of they're tolerating it because they know that it'll hopefully help development a little bit, but they're a little angry that it's taking development time and attention away from the game they want to play. And on the other side, there'll be people who absolutely hate Star Citizen, but love Squadron 42. For the same reasons, because they're going to say they're going to be anxious that Star Citizen is taking development time away from Squadron 42 Part 2 because they want to see more Squadron 42. They don't like multiplayer games. They like single player experiences, and they want to play the single player experiences, not the multiplayer. And then there'll be people who are in between, like myself, and probably a lot of folks who like both because they see the different aspects in both of them. So, hey, Lord Skibby. But there will be a rift in the community when Squadron comes out. Mark my words. Javelin Q1 2027. I don't think we're going to see the Javelin until 4.0 or until 1.0 releases. Not because the Javelin is hard to do, but because they need to figure out, like, it's the biggest ship that's going to be in game that's going to be operatable by players until you can build a Bengal. Like, it is a big ship, which is going to require a lot of players to operate. So it needs to have a value beyond just being big. The Great Schism. I don't think it's going to be that big of a schism, but I do think that there will be purists in it. And part of the reason why I think that is because you already kind of see that going on between people who like Star Citizen and don't like Squadron, but also you can see the reverse with the Fallout community. Like, there's a large contingency of the Fallout and the Elder Scrolls community that absolutely love all the Elder Scrolls games and the Fallout games, even 4, but don't talk about or don't want to talk about the Elder Scrolls Online or Fallout 76. They like pretend it doesn't exist. And they just focus on the single player games because they hate multiplayers and they hate MMOs. If Nyx comes with scanning, what do you think about stealth gameplay and what will it look like together with scanning? I mean, they go hand in hand. Because I think how scanning is going to work in the future is going to be about resolution. So how far you are away from the target, how good your scanner is going to determine what you see and how much information you get. And since we already know it's going to be a ping system, like active and passive, there'll be passive scanners, which will be harder to detect. Active scanners, which you'll be able to see more of, but because you're pinging, it's like sonar, you're going to be lighting up like a Christmas tree. Everyone will be able to see you because of your huge output of data and like EM and heat. So I imagine that you're going to see a lot more clutter around you with your scanners, and it'll be harder to determine specific things. And there'll be some environmental factors which will reduce your effectiveness of your scanning. So if you're doing stealth, if you reduce your emissions somehow using, say, like engineering, or you have low cost drives, or you have some other abilities, like maybe you're masking yourself around an asteroid or something else like that, then it'll be harder to detect where you are. Vulcan out of beta in 2020, quarter 2, 2025. It's hard to tell. Vulcan is probably going to be released next year, but I wouldn't be able to tell you when it would be out of beta. I was never interested in Squadron until I saw the gameplay cinematography. And I guess it's something you might be able to land and shut down ships and hide them on the surfaces in other landing areas. Probably when stealth and scanning comes in. Crazy how you need active scanning and NICs, low visibility, but you don't necessarily want to. Very intriguing. Yeah, the CIG wants to do some good submarine gameplay there. Oh, cross-section dropped somewhat. I love the trope of shutting down all my systems to avoid detection. I imagine if you like are masking your cross-section near a larger asteroid or something like that, another object, it'll be harder to pick out your silhouette. Do we know that compared to the Terrapin and the Tracker and the Carrack, how effective the MSR scanner is supposed to be? We don't. And almost certainly we won't know until CIG has a better scope of what each ship is supposed to be. That's another cool thing. Data transport. We don't have that yet. Have a good night, Humek. Humek. I'm going to be going to bed here shortly anyways. I just wanted to kind of shut this down. I'm not interested in Squad 42, but I fully support its development because I can see what it's done for Star Citizen. Thank you for creating content and stuff there. Thank you for playing. I'll see you I'll definitely see you in January because you're going to come on to the Captain's Table to talk a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Captain's Table this week. It's going to be unique. It's going to be different. It's going to be just a Q&A session. I'm going to invite other people on to talk, but it'll be, you can come on and ask questions and we'll just answer questions. It'll just be sort of like a chill yap like this, but with other people. And it'll be specifically about, any topic about 2024 and 2025. Planetech V5 and Stanton Pyro Nick's Planets Rework Q1 2026. I couldn't tell you. Like you're getting into the weeds there. Anything beyond the first 6 months of 2025 is going to be hard to guess. And CIG has been keeping stuff very close to the chest when it comes to a lot of content. And that tells me that almost certainly a lot of the stuff they're planning on releasing early in the year or just next year in general is gameplay, not technology, not systems, content. Just save Stanton, overdrive, that kind of thing. So last call, yeah, kind of like a last call. I'm rubbing my hands menacingly. You're not gonna be able to come on and actually ask the questions. It'll just be through chat there, knowledge, but. I want them to make altitude and cover affect our physical cross section already. I'm sure it will in the scanning update. They've been doing a lot of work on that. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'm going to be back tomorrow, a little earlier than tonight with Loken. I don't know what we're going to do in terms of what we're going to be playing. Probably Star Citizen. Probably doing some more contested zones. But if Star Citizen's completely borked, we'll probably play Helldivers. We haven't played Helldivers in a while, so. But I do co-op with Loken. We play games like Helldivers, Space Marine, Star Citizen, Dark Tide, MechWarrior 5, MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. We even play like other games, like non-sci-fi games as well. So, but yeah. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, Saturday we have Captain's Table. Sunday, we're going to be doing a pubathon, which means I'm going to get up bright and early. And we're going to be streaming from like 8 a.m. my time, so like 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, and we'll be going for 12 hours. I think we're going to go from minimum of 8, maximum of 12, and we'll be raising money because I've got to raise money for a new computer. I need to build a new computer because my current build is pathetic. It is a 2070 Super with an 11 series CPU. Yeah, 11 series CPU. It's on the lower end now. It was like high mid range when I built it 4 years ago. Now it's on the low end, so I need to build a brand new computer from ground up. So it works fine. Like it's pretty good in terms of like I'm getting like 40 to 70 FPS a lot of these places, but I just need a better stuff. So yeah, that's part of what we're going to be raising money for. And then on Monday, we will do the last stream of the year. We'll be here, but it won't be on YouTube. It'll be on the Astro Historian, where we're going to look through the time capsules, specifically the first lore that was ever made for Star Citizen, and then talking about how it relates to lore that was created later, to talk about the main story of Star Citizen, the conflict between Terra and Earth. So, you can get a decent cyberware with a 3060 for 800. I'm going to go big. Like I'm going to be building it in piecemeal, but like I'm going to buy the graphics card first. So I'm going to go for like a 4080 or whatever, like the top of the line sort of card. That way, when I have to rebuild in 4 years, rebuilding in 4 years is going to be like a new graphics card and not a brand new everything. 5090 RX, something like that. Yeah. But I want to be able to be ready for Squadron as well as just for new games in general. Yeah, and then Monday we'll be talking about that kind of lore stuff. And then I will be back after that next week. I will come back on my partnerversary, which is I want to say the 2nd or 3rd of January. Might be later than that, but we'll probably do a partnerversary stream on that Friday. Because I'm going to take the 1st and the 31st off. So you won't be seeing me Tuesday or Wednesday, even though I usually stream on Wednesday, but I'm not going to stream on the 1st. And then, yeah, Thursday, probably that Friday. And then I'm taking, I got to go back to work on the 6th of January, but I'm going to be sick on the 7th of January because that's my birthday. So I won't be streaming on the 7th for sure. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.